And we should be live-ish now. See, I think that looks good. Great. All right. Everything's okay. We have an extra screen here. I do not have the cool frames. I've currently done frames for the if you guys have seen it, the dark reading campaign. I didn't manage to finish the ones for this campaign, mostly because this last week was ridiculously busy for me. But we'll try to get those for next time. I do have a nice one for honor that I made because it was like my test one. It's got like a little book and stuff, and I think you'll really like that when you can see it. But let's see. Where did we leave off, guys? What was the last thing that happened? Who wants to do a little recap of our last session? I don't think much of anything important happened. It was just kind of some light stuff, right?
Not emotional.
Not emotional at all.
My companions went off to do something stupid and start a war.
Nothing was charged.
I don't know. No. I got a long rest. That's what
Yeah. You have successfully gotten your 4 hours of long rest. The rest of us decided that we were going to traipse about the town committing crimes against criminals.
Starting a revolution,
Yeah, so like, is it a crime or is it just, you doing the job of the police or whatever?
Exactly. Well, we came back to the city. We had seen the Dragonborn hanging from the gallows, and one of them turned out to be Clarity, Peril's sister. So we left to go back to the Great Tree in the Vigdaladonian Quinter, so that we could Linvoldra, so that we could kind of all figure out what we were going to do and how we were going to progress with the rest of the day. We did not return Herbert. He is still our pseudo-captive. On the way back, a member of the circus that is like behind the that's in the Zorsiskin Quinter passed us, and one of them recognized the Grant Zamboni and called them Lark, which Zamboni kind of passed off easily, but invited Zamboni to be part of the show and to participate, and that the door was always open. So, and that's a Circus Epicus. So we kind of all gathered together, waited for nightfall. Zamboni stayed with Herbert and got a long rest, and the rest of us went to recover the body. Morton took out the crow familiars and took off in another direction and went into the sewers, and after narrowly escaping some critters down there and some guards, was able to pop up at the Circus Epicus. The rest of the group brought the body to the Whisper Shroud Citadel and met up with their friend Asta, the Death Priest, who helped them all speak to Clarity with a spell. He was not able to be resurrected, but she said she would prepare her for a funeral, and then they all went back to the Arborview Inn at the tree, where Zoom went into his room, and then the three girls proceeded to talk about an enchanted book that Honor had taken from her monastery that was made out of dragon leather, and proceeded to let us all know that it contains very dangerous information about Dragonborn and them all needing to die for the Avatar to be reborn. And we left with Peril just finishing having read the book in a trance.
By the way, Jeremy told me this right before. The name of the book is the Acopian Codex.
Acopian Codex.
Scribble. Oh man. Whatever. Yeah. That is extremely detailed. I sort of thought that the part with the Circus Epicus might have been forgotten, but I guess not. Great. So I think probably the most important place for us to start here is that you just read through this or tranced through this book, right? And in it is the names of all the currently living Dragonborn. And in that list, there is currently 6 names. And those names are Rumble, 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 rumble. The first 2 you know, that's Lassiter and Peril. This next up is a name, Magnus Arturos. Then simply Alidade. Then there's Grant de Roth.
Or Grant.
Grant, Grant. And the last name is Penelope Descent.
That's Lassiter's last name too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That means he had a daughter.
Or it's his wife.
Or sister.
Yep.
You got a relative, and it's a girl.
And Jeremy, do I recognize any of these names?
Okay.
Why don't you make me a history check?
A history check. Okay.
Yes.
Can I help her with that?
No, because it's in the moment kind of thing. Sorry.
It's a 15.
15 is enough. So Grant de Roth is the original name of Grant Acopia, the former ruler of basically most of Acopia. This was the first dragonborn king of the land who was during basically the time before the gate was opened, was the ruler for quite a while.
Why is he not the ruler anymore?
He abdicated.
You showed up.
Sometime before the gate closed.
He stole it.
It was before the gate closed. He abdicated afterwards. Yeah, I'm actually not sure the reference you're making.
It's all the various like conduction to fricada, deduction for lubida.
Oh. Huh. And abdicate is
Um,
I'm not sure where the duck goes in that case.
That he ruled and hated around. Well, he ruled before.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so like
I was like,
it sounds
did I
like
miss
he might have
this?
been caught up in
I
the
don't think
whole.
abdicate has any form with the document. Are you thinking of abduction?
Abduction is, yeah.
Same as abdicate.
Subduction is subtracting a duck, it must be. Sorry, guys. I am totally. You found my great weakness, words. And ducks, apparently.
And you said what was his original name as a ruler?
Dacopia.
It was Acopia. Okay.
Yeah, so Peril, you come out of your like basically trance-like state, similar to how Honor was when Honor read/witnessed the book. You don't even really remember specific like passages and stuff, but you have that same sort of information and everything I described to you before, where of like the things coming together and whatnot. But you do recall, because it's now no longer a massive list of names that is hard for you to sort of like think about anyone in particular. You now have those 6 names very strongly embedded in your mind. And they're just right there in the forefront.
I think when she comes to herself, Peril's just going to look like really stricken and haunted, and also super surprised about Dacopia. But it's just like all over her face. She looks extremely haunted, and she's going to look at the others in the room and be like, he's almost there. There's only 6 of us left.
Are you okay?
I'll answer that later. Maybe we need to tell the others exactly what's going on, because I don't know how many people are going to want to undertake something like this, and I don't want the rest of our party to get caught up in something that they feel they don't want to be a part of. Did Morton ever come back?
Is Morton still at the circus?
Having a grand time.
And now let's cut over to Morton, who is currently at the circus. Morton, so you were just kind of hanging out at the circus, I believe, last time we checked.
Toys, the kids.
I'm going to go ahead and say that you're dexterous enough that you probably played some circus games if you wanted to, and probably knocked over some bottles if that's your want, and got some the fantasy equivalent of the stuffed animals, which is probably just like leather work animals and stuff, with a minor bit of like filled with feathers or something. But it's now getting pretty late, Morton. What are you thinking for the night?
Is there a home here? Where's our shelling? Where do we all meet up?
So you had talked. Yes, you were there when we talked about the Arborview Inn. That was the last place that you guys had met. That was when you had gone to Linvoldra, the big tree, and you're like, oh yeah, there's an inn here. We can meet up here later. So you do know that was a meetup place.
I'll head back there.
Okay. So the streets at night are particularly cold this evening. And I don't mean in the sense of temperature, I mean in the sense of feel. Even as soon as you leave the circus, which is bustling with life and happiness, there's a bit of an aura. It radiates that metaphorical warmth around it. But the further away you get from it, the more empty the streets be. As soon as you leave the Desectric Quinter, you start to have it almost feels like you're in a ghost town because of how few people there are in the streets.
I'll keep to the shadows.
Keeping to the shadows. Actually, why don't you go ahead and give me a stealth check then? Let's while you slink your way home.
Hey, 27.
27. Okay, so
Avoid ever.
So the moon shines down on the roads, and the moon shines on the occasional street urchin huddled in cold in the corners, on the occasional tomcat prowling out at night, but the moon does not touch you. You manage to stay in the darkness the entire way and arrive at Linvoldra in the evening, harassed by the things of the evening.
They remain unharassed by me.
Right. Yeah. I'm not stuck in here with you. So Morton, you end up coming back to the Arborview Inn with all the rest of the people.
Okay, so they're here. They're definitely here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's okay. No.
Did we all join in one room? Where are we now?
I think Zamboni is still with Herbert.
I'm in my room with Herbert. I think that Zoom went to his room, which is assumably where Morton also is rooming.
Okay.
Does anyone know we're here? Did I see anyone outside that might have been looking, observing the in?
Oh, good question. What's your passive perception? Less 16. You did not see anybody outside.
Okay.
I mean, nobody's suspicious. Like there was an innkeeper that was there, but that's about it.
I agree with Carol. Let's go tell everybody what's going on.
We probably talk in front of Herbert. So my feeling is that we need to maybe zoom in first, and then we'll pull in Zamboni. So that somebody's in there with him. And if she's still meditating, it makes sense that we just left Zoom. We can just grab him first, and then.
Or do we leave one of us with Herbert, since the three of us all know?
I'll stay with Herbert. Sounds like a good time.
Herbert's now like the grandkid that nobody. Oh, someone has to stay with Herbert. Jeez, he's gonna eat the crayons.
Well, he's not house trained puppies, essentially.
Okay, so Zakaria stays with Herbert, and the rest of y'all.
And Zoom and Zamboni.
And Morton.
Is Morton still on the way, or because if Morton's still on the way, we'll grab him as soon as he comes in. But
Because
Yeah, I'd say Morton probably got back like near the end of the trance-like state that Peril was in. Yeah.
So I'm gonna grab all three of them and
Okay.
in. Don't think I'm gonna pull out the book. I'm gonna. Do you want to start? Because
familiar like just watching.
I just imagine Peril and Honor, and like Honor looking after her, and be like, "Do you want to start? How are we gonna have?
how are we gonna talk?
Well, Honor was extremely enlightening with some information that she has about Dragonborn and the Avatar, and as I suspected, Lassiter is trying to harm the rest of the Dragonborn. It seems that in order for the Avatar to hatch, all of us have to die. So I don't know what he's planning in order to make it so that he doesn't himself die, or if he doesn't know this information, which I don't find extremely plausible. I feel like he's ahead of the game. But
I mean, you said that you felt more powerful with the death of every Dragonborn, so maybe he just feels more powerful and he has realized that if every other Dragonborn dies, he'll maybe be the most powerful he's ever been or something. Maybe he doesn't realize that this thing needs to be reborn that way. But given the way that he has put it up on practically an altar in the middle of the city, and the way he has strung up the other Dragonborn for excuse, not even an actual charge.
and there's only 6 of us left. So I'm not sure if...
Which is way less than when I last looked at the book, which means he's been actively hunting them down.
Or we've been hunting each other as well. I can't answer that.
But
But
given the numbers we just saw hanging in the square, I'm assuming he's probably the worst culprit of...
I agree. But we wanted to let you know, because I cannot let this continue. He's already taken so much from me, and I can't let him accomplish whatever he wishes to do, because I can only imagine it has a poor outcome for Acopia, and obviously at least for my race. But I don't know how the rest of you feel.
We can count on me. The great Zamboni would not allow a genocide like this to take place.
I also talked to Asta at the Whisper Shroud Citadel, where we brought, clarity to be buried. And she is on board with helping us if we want to remove him from power. And the thing we discussed with her was possibly she's going to talk to some other Zorsiscan priests, and she said quite a few of the people there are very unhappy with him and would be on board with this. And we were thinking that maybe we should get other people from every single one of the Quinters on board and have it be that we're removing him from power for the sake of the fact that it is evil what he's doing, but it's overthrowing every kind of thing that we think of our entire world. Like our entire balance of how we, he's trying to put himself above everything. Like it's almost like he's trying to make himself a god. I don't know if he thinks maybe he will become the world dragon or the avatar in some way, but there's something, I don't know if he had access to the same book I had, but I hid it. But he could have referenced it in time before I ever saw it. I don't know. I don't know if he has another book that says something mine doesn't about this ritual. Maybe there's some kind of ritual, because why does he want Herbert back so badly, too?
Are you sure he does want Herbert back that badly?
I wonder if maybe there was some way that because Herbert is human and of his bloodline, if maybe that is some way important to a ritual to get around himself being sacrificed to resurrect the world dragon.
I don't know quite where we go from here. I just don't want anyone to go who's unwilling.
I was thinking I was going to talk to, the people remember we talked to the Equator here, and maybe see if I can get some people here in the Big Daladonian sector on board, go talk to Marvin, maybe get people from that sector. Zakaria mentioned her sisters in another sector, and we just don't have anybody right now in the Deceptric Winter that we know of.
Which one is that?
Well, I might not know anything about
Deceptric is Lassiter's quarter.
Because I can go and talk to the people at the circus.
Oh, the circus would be, yeah.
Could I run through the by you guys since I've been using it over a little? So they put an awful lot of effort into guarding those bodies, didn't they?
Excuse me.
And that means that getting those bodies could probably be of some advantage. But if it was just a matter of just making sure they were dead, they could have burned them, destroyed them, burned them to ashes.
There is lore to attract the other Dragonborn who would be incensed at how they're being played.
Maybe it was a trap.
Because, for instance,
It worked.
it affected Peril, that was her family up there. That was, I'm sure that it's not her own, she's not the only one who maybe has family that was displayed there,
What were you saying?
I said, well, I might not know anything about world dragons or apocalypse at bearings, but you've helped me clear my debt. It's only right that I help you clear my own debt to you. So I can rob Lassiter blind before we see him off to the next one.
I would love nothing more.
Count me in.
I think, if anything, if he has a book that says something about this ritual, we might need to actually rob it from him, if nothing else. Because we have to stop him, whatever he's doing, and
There's also the information that Mistress Unity has about raising avatars. I don't know how we would get that from her without the information she needs from Lassiter. I don't know that we want her to get the information that she needs from Lassiter either. But she is another source of information when it comes to world avatars.
I wonder if there's some way we can temporarily make her side with us against him, with the promise of when we overthrow him giving her the information, and then not doing that.
I like that Honor is just completely uncomfortable with this whole deception thing.
And Peril's like, yes, this sounds great.
And I was just like
All of
cringing
this.
in on herself at the idea.
Yeah, Peril V. What if we dug up a body from the cemetery and put it onto the stockade to make it look like the person was still there? And Honor being like, I don't know if I can lie to the megalomaniac.
But yeah, so I don't know. I wonder if maybe tomorrow what we need to do is just try to get allies, is recruit more people and people from across the different quinters. Because then it's not just we're doing this for vengeance. We're doing this because it's the right thing to do.
Or both.
I mean, yes, it is. We know it's a bit of both, but like, I think it's also, I mean, we know how badly he is being a tyrant and how much he is using any excuse now to kill people and leave them strung up in the city. What makes the whole city unsafe? And I'm sure anybody who has protested, he's going to take care of too, whether they're Dragonborn or not. That was just my thought. So I want to talk to Nilsa tomorrow and see if I can maybe get her on board with, because we have now taken care of the thing, and the Vigdaladonians are building their own portal. They don't need to rely on him in the same way. So there's already a schism, I think, showing that people are trying to do things, circumvent the power that he has. People know already they don't want him in charge of everything. Anybody else have an idea of that was the best guess I had for going forward, but
You're good at plans, Zamboni. Do you have any ideas?
I can go talk to the people at the circus and see what's happening there and what the mood is and whether they would join us or not.
that'd be great. I'm sure that they've been affected also by what he's done, and even though he's from their same winter.
Well, I have nothing else for tonight, so.
Been a very heavy day.
Well, big job that involves robbing the last of their I would have to talk to all my contacts and all my people and see what they can dig up. And perhaps.
You still need to return the cordium.
Right, yes, accordion.
We also, yeah, because like we have the cordium to return. We have the ship to return to Smith and Black's to try and get that last 50 gold. We have a lot of other small things to do too. But, maybe we have to bribe people. We might have to pay people to help out too, So maybe that money would be useful too. So it's like, as much as I'd like to say that that's a frivolous thing, money isn't always a frivolous thing to other people. So
Money is always useful.
Mm-hmm.
And another 50 gold is another 50 gold.
50 gold is 50 gold,
Listen.
I mean, it.
50 gold buys off a lot of yards.
All right, guys. So, plan for the night is long rest, and then we'll see what we see in the morning.
Shall I go infiltrate the circus tonight because I've already had my long rest, or shall I wait till tomorrow? What do you think?
What do you feel about? Because I want you to feel safe, and it doesn't feel exactly safe out on the streets right now.
Yeah, I'm sure I'd be safe in the circus. I mean, not safe, but able to take care of myself. I'm not sure about getting there. I'm not.
My one thing is that maybe it might be safer during daylight hours to go there than right now.
Okay.
I know that you've rested, and that you'd just be waiting around. But yeah, it's just the streets did not feel good while we were out there, and it felt like there was no one out there that we could see at all, which makes you kind of like a walking target out on the streets at night.
Okay, I'll stay.
All right. So while the rest of the party is taking a long rest, Zamboni, you do have some time on your hands if there's anything you do want to do during that time. Arts, crafts, memoirs, teaching Herbert a trick. He's probably sleeping too. Yeah.
I really hope he's asleep because I don't want to entertain him all night.
Sleep?
Okay. All right. So Zamboni's keeping watch while everyone else is sleeping because Zamboni already has had a rest. Go ahead and press that long rest button, everyone. Despite the thick air of the evening and the tensions that stir tingles in the back of your necks, you do all manage to sleep through the night without any issues. The morning greets you. Your tummies rumble slightly with a desire for breakfast. The day is yours. What do you do?
At dawn, can I gently wake Carol?
I'm gonna snap awake and like go to lunge for you and stop really close to your face.
I'm sorry to wake
Sorry.
you. I know it's early. I would like to offer prayers for your sister if you would be interested in joining me for my prayers this morning.
I would like that very much. Thank you.
So I'll just take her, we'll go outside and find where we can see the rising sun and just set up, like, light some incense and offer prayers to Elonway about the new beginning that Carol's sister Clarity is a new beginning in her life, in her next life, and praying for good things for Clarity.
And I think by the end of it, Peril just has like tear tracks running from her eyes, but she's not saying much throughout all of what she just lets you take over the prayer and just goes with it.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Immediate morning thoughts? Morton, Zoom, what are you guys doing this morning?
That's not exciting. Yeah, I'm just gonna go outside a bit. Don't really have much going on.
Okay.
Keep it.
All right. So what's the plan for the day then?
Well, we have some things to return. What are we gonna do with Herbert?
We're gonna have to bring him around with us the whole day. Maybe we should. I mean, what are we gonna do after we overthrow Lassiter with Herbert? What are we doing with Herbert in the long term?
Yeah, why do we need to keep him?
I mean, I understand we don't want to give him back to Lassiter, but can't we just like give him to somebody else? Well, we were talking yesterday about giving him to that one guard that seemed protective of him, and we decided it was too big a risk. But I'm so tired of him. Why don't we just do that?
I mean, really though, I mean, we don't want to give him back to Lassiter because we don't like Lassiter, and we don't want to give Lassiter anything that might benefit him. But do we need to have Herbert ourselves? Like,
Morton, can you give me a sleight of hand check, please?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, well, okay, 25.
25.
So it's like,
So actually, I guess also, no, I guess that would pretty much cover both sides of it. So in the morning, you take some time to make some modifications.
okay.
And yeah, that's just all we'll say about that.
Okay.
For the moment.
side eye. I mean,
Cool.
we know Zakari notices nothing, but I'm giving you side.
Yeah, so there's the question of Herbert, and then there's the question of just like where are you guys going outside of Herbert?
Is he awake? Is he still sleeping?
He's awake. Yeah, he's like probably like playing with something that he found, like a rocker or whatever, and he's giving it a name.
If anybody wants to come with me, I'm wondering if we could bring him to Nilsa and say we rescued him, but given everything that's going on, maybe
Even
he
the
should
who?
stay here. Go back to Lassiter. Nilsa the Equator here at Linvoldra.
Mm-hmm.
Before you speak to Nilsa,
Mhm.
I would like to go back to Asta real quick and get my sister's effects. If you guys don't mind waiting for me while I do that.
Maybe we can leave him with Asta. She's the only one we know for sure isn't going to, turn him in on us.
She might have an idea of what to do with him. I am also concerned that if we give him back now, he has seen me. He knows I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And you said the other on that list were big names.
Maybe.
So Lassiter probably knows who some of those people are. So if we say there's another copper dragonborn, he's going to know that maybe that's one that he doesn't.
I only know 2 of the names. One of them because it shares his last name, and the other because my mother used to tell me stories about him. So I don't know the others. I don't know how well known they are, how well he knows them either. But
Well, at least let him know that it's one of those other 3 that he doesn't know.
Mhm.
Which that would, I think, immediately make him go. Like,
I mean, he might know something from which body is missing this morning, too.
yeah,
For me, I need to give Lorenzo a visit and turn this accordion before he starts looking. For me.
do you all want to go return the cordium while I go to Asta?
I'll go with you, Carol.
I might come with you as well because I think it's going to be connected of us then going back to Nilsa after this, after we talk to Asta. Because if Asta doesn't have a place to hide Herbert, I think we're going to have to then take him to Nilsa, if nothing else.
Or we could all go together. We could go to Asta first and see what she says, and then go either settle the cordium or go to Nilsa. We could take care of those
Together
things.
sounds like a good idea.
I agree.
I vote for that.
Starting to get worried for all of us.
Yeah, I agree.
So I didn't quite get what the first destination was going to be there. Is it Asta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you are going to head back in the direction of the Whisper Shroud Citadel.
I'm also going to disguise self.
Honor's going to sneak around to Zakaria, kind of like this. I think Asta likes you.
What? I think she likes all of us.
I don't know what you want to do with that, but she's awesome.
I mean, yeah, sure. Okay. Karya does not know what to do with that information.
And Honor's just like,
So the distance between Linvoldra and the Whisper Shroud Citadel is a decent bit of ways, and you pass multiple. The streets this morning have, I would say, about the normal amount of hustle and bustle, but they also have a slightly larger number of guards. These are Galvandran guards. They're mostly just there keeping the peace, keeping order. And as you are, heading over, one such guard, a woman with blonde hair and a helmet on, so the hair's just kind of sticking out the front a little bit, comes over to you. She's about 6'3", and she says, "Hey, wait a minute there. Is that I think I know this face." And she walks over and is pointing at Herbert.
He's still disguised from yesterday. We disguised him yesterday.
Like all night.
Oh, well, I would have disguised him this morning if he wasn't still disguised. I actually thought of it and I didn't say it out loud.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and make a what is it? A disguise kit check.
How do I make a disguise kit check?
So that's normally shoot, I can't remember what stat that is. Probably dexterity. And then do you have in your list of proficiencies a disguise kit?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so then add your proficiency bonus, which I think is +3.
Well,
So you rolled
I rolled 9.
plus dexterity plus proficiency.
No, I rolled
Sorry, you rolled dexterity
on dexterity.
and it gave you a 9. Okay,
Mhm.
plus 3 is 12. Okay. So yeah, this morning the disguise for Herbert is only mediocre. You try to, make him look a little older, a little less dopey. It's working okay, but you're not too surprised that this guard is maybe giving you a little bit of a questioning eye when she heads over. I think I've seen this face on a wanted poster before. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to head over to this guard post with me for a moment.
Yeah, we'll go with it. Okay.
Okay.
Wanted.
Walks with you for a while, kind of like cuts the way. Okay, all right.
I'll turn to Herbert as we're walking and say, Jimmy, what is there something you haven't told us?
Herbert is not going to play with the game
Yeah.
well.
You said you were a farmer.
What? My name's not Jim. Oh. So oh yeah, that totally threw her off the trail. No, not as well as this guy.
Hey, tell us a little bit more about your pigs again. What were their names again? The pigs that you have?
Oh, right. The pigs. I had Sheila. Sheila's gonna be my favorite. She's the prettiest pig. And then I had Caleb. Caleb's kind of stinky. But we like him anyways. And he goes on for a while discussing pigs. And then that of course segues into hens, and that segues into how he's going to feed them. And then you arrive at the guard post. And it's just a little thing on the corner. It's about the size of like the average kitchen, with a couple of like small bunks for people taking naps, a little arms rack. And inside is a literal wanted board. And there's like a bunch of faces you don't recognize, and then in one corner there is one that just says "Lost Child," and it's got clearly a picture of Herbert's face, magically rendered with some sort of ink or something. And it's hard to not notice the similarities when you see it up close.
Herbert is an adult, however, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, says here that you're a a lost child. Is that right?
I mean, he's clearly an adult. I don't.
Ma'am, he just spent a good 5 minutes discussing his favorite pigs.
Have you ever met a pig farmer before? They are all like that.
It's true.
I have not, but
Well, we have.
You should avoid it in the future because they are all like that.
I had no plan on introducing myself to pig farmers in the near future. I will take your comment under advisement, though. That be as it may, there is a reason that this wanted poster is here, and it's because your friend, childlike in his ways, is being looked for by someone willing to put the poster up and pay the fee for it. So,
How much is the fee?
She kind of takes the thing off, pulls like a little like pin out, and then like turns it on the back. Like, says it's got a finder's fee of 750 gold.
No, I can't. I think we're. Oh, you're gonna. No, I cannot. Get.
Now, can I ask?
I was gonna make it. That was way too much money.
Nothing up the way around. I'll be like,
Oh, like I'm gonna get the vampires. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Can we collect that? I didn't know he was a missing child.
At the moment, I'm trying to ascertain if you're the reason that this fellow went missing. Okay. Now, I'd appreciate it if you all kind of come in here for a minute, and maybe you could let's just pick one at a time. How about you? You look like you want to talk. And she kind of like moves you over to a corner of the room and
I'm like trying to catch your attention.
now, outside of the eyes and stares of your friends, can you tell me how you came upon this fellow?
I'm gonna use my channel divinity to improve my persuasion. And I'll just say, well, we found him in pretty dire circumstances, actually, and he was being held captive, and we rescued him. We didn't know anything about a missing child, just saw him being held captive, and knew that it wasn't right.
Roll me some persuasion.
I cast message on Zakaria and ask her, tell me what you say, and I'll relay it to the rest of them.
I'll respond to her in my head and tell her what I just said. Okay, so 19 plus 5, 24 plus. I think I get an additional plus 5. Yeah, so 29.
29?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Awesome.
Holy moly.
Fantastic.
Okay. So by the time that by the time that you finish this description, there's like a single tear that is coming down the eye of this guard, and she's like, "Oh my sweet, oh that is so awful. I cannot believe you are such a paragon. I that is amazing. I'm so glad that he found his way here. Listen, I will go ahead and collect this from you. You are obviously owed the bounty for this poor fellow.
We only did what anyone would do.
Oh, so you don't want the bounty?
Oh, we do.
Oh, okay.
I got him close.
I'm just ribbing you. It's okay. And she picks up a sack, and there's like a big sack, and then she has like a smaller sack, and she kind of grabs some, and then she puts it in here and gives it to you, and like here you go.
Thank
you.
I'm just glad that he's safe now.
Yeah, he absolutely will be safe. We'll just have to get him back to his father as soon as we can.
All right.
All right. Well, you have a good day, and you keep doing the good work.
Oh, thank you. You as well.
Okay. And with that, she lets the rest of you go.
The money's better than Herbert, anyways.
750.
750, yeah.
Build that up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it right this
Yeah.
second, but yeah, I'm gonna hold on to it until we're in a safe place before I go.
Steal him back.
You have to steal him back now.
No. I was just thinking that we absolutely don't have to steal him back. Now that's one less problem.
No one has any modify memory spells, do they?
I've got that one that can change what I just said.
Oh, gift of
Gift of
gab.
gab.
Yeah, that's not.
It's not exactly
Not really what
modified
you need.
memories.
I think modified memory is like level 5 or something.
Mm.
I
Just
should have recognized Herbert.
Yeah, the idea of you stealing him back, which would make it the fourth time he's been kidnapped.
I think this went really well because we didn't know what to do with Herbert, and now we don't have to worry about it, and we have so much gold.
I don't disagree.
I mean, it's one problem solved.
Yeah.
It is. I think
Okay,
we have
so
more things that we need to worry about. And
Yeah.
hopefully Herbert will be okay.
Or maybe we'll bring down Lassiter before he has a chance to do anything dastardly to him.
Yeah.
I mean, of course we will bring down Lassiter before he has the chance to
Mm-hmm.
finish his devious plan.
I appreciate your confidence.
I'm wondering if we should go to the Zerziskin records and look up Penelope.
I thought we were going to Asta. Did we decide that's not important now?
Well,
I still want to get Clarity's things.
Yeah,
So
let's
hopefully
go.
that won't take long.
Let's go.
All right.
All right. So the rest of your proceeding towards the Whisper Shroud Citadel is mostly without note. I will say it takes you just 20 minutes to get there, so it's still early morning, even after your brief encounter with the City Watch. The Whisper Shroud Citadel, of course, is not just the private home of Asta, however. So when you arrive there, there is not any morning rituals being done or anything at the actual altar. The altar that's hanging over the shit. I almost called it the Shitadel. The Citadel. um. Yeah, that's you just arrive there and there's nothing going on at the moment.
Anyone around who looks like they might be some sort of helpful guide or customer service, someone that's there to answer
Reception.
questions.
There is a small, like, I think I've described this before, but like a small like entrance area that has is kind of like the Zorsiskin equivalent of the gift exchange, but it's just like people that are they're showing up with occasionally urns and whatnot, and there's a white clad elf there who is occasionally will someone will come by and hand her what you suspect are probably remains of some form, and she gives them a nod, maybe collects a few coins from them, and then uh, tucks it away in some cubby hole.
Guess I'll walk up to the elf and just say, "Excuse me, I'm just here to collect some effects from a family member that was left with the Death Priestess Asta."
Oh, of course. One moment. She pulls out a big parchment and she kind of like looks it over. Okay, and name of the deceased.
I'm on a mission for someone to pick it up. I don't actually quite know.
Oh,
Is Asta around?
is us? I believe she might actually be still asleep. She I think was up pretty late last night.
Oh, that's
It-
it.
yeah, I don't know. She's one of those types that occasionally gets that fire in her eyes, and she's got to get something done. I don't know what it was this time, but I saw her with her light on quite late.
All right, then we'll come back another time. Thank you for your help.
Oh, I mean, I could if you could figure out the name, I can just go find the stuff for you and deliver it. That's not a big problem.
No, my mistress just said to get it from Asta. She didn't give me any more details. I guess she figured she would be awake.
Ah, I see. The wonders of middle management. Well,
It must be so lovely to be higher up.
yes, and to actually know things instead of just having to do things. Anyways, well, I'll see you a bit later then. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to take a quick break, guys, because I need to use the bathroom. So, anybody else want to? I was going to say, anybody else want to join me, and I meant in the sense of also going to the bathroom, not like spatially joining. Just to be very clear. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Get it. Odie, he's right there. Get him.
Is the cat chasing something?
There's a pigeon on the windowsill. He like beeline for it.
And now we have the other cat.
Oh, you missed it all. The action's gone.
We need a separate.
Sucks to be Flynn.
As long as we're just waiting, everybody gets 125 gold.
Oh boy.
Mhm.
We get how much gold?
125 gold each.
Good lord. Best paid job I ever had.
Best babysitting gig.
I know, right?
Yes.
AKB.
Gonna pour myself.
Yeah.
Go for it.
There's another bottle in the fridge.
Hi, buddies.
I've tried to use that channel divinity effect several times and have not had a persuasion roll call on me for each time. The first time I've used it and actually gotten a roll persuasion with it.
What does Shield Divinity do?
It has a lot of different effects, but that particular one, what's it called? Particular one is called Emissary of Peace. And I get a +5 bonus to persuasion checks for 10 minutes.
Oh.
Awesome. That was such
That
a
was
high
such-
roll.
That was good.
Man, I can add that gold right to my inventory.
All right, I have returned. I assume that in my absence, you have figured out everything you're going to do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What's up next?
To the boat, Lorenzo.
Can
So we need to return the cordium and I think Nilsa. I think those are the two that were the more time sensitive. Because Nilsa asked us to look into the abduction of Herbert. So telling her that he's been returned, I think is pretty important. But also we need to return the cordium so that, Lorenzo doesn't track Zoom down.
let's do the cordium. I'd like to
Yeah.
get the effects
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Melissa.
Plus, it's kind of heavy, you guys.
Yes. Great.
Also-
So Zoom, you're
Where-
probably going to have to head this search. Sorry, what was that, Kristen?
We also have this, we're carrying around this wooden ship.
Mhm.
Like, I wonder if Smiths and Black is anywhere near Lorenzo, and if we can maybe, after returning the cordium, return the ship to.
Yes.
We're carrying a ship?
Like a little model boat.
Oh, yes. I remember that now.
The one that was
The
for
one
all
that's
the
worth
little
money now,
animals.
yeah.
So they could be pirates
Yes.
and sailors. Yeah, so Zoom, you would know that Lorenzo probably hangs out closer to the docks and the warehouse areas, which is near the teleporters. Smith and Black's is, I think was mentioned, is a establishment that is in the Lemurian Quinter, which is basically on the opposite side of the city. So what you will need to decide which direction you're going and I need one of those cookies.
I think the accordion is more important to do first.
Let's do the accordion first.
Yeah,
Accordion first.
accordion.
Definitely.
It's the metal stuff that Zoom had to return.
It's being used.
That the linejackers were stealing.
Yeah.
We're cashing all our chips right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're turning our promises into
We've been in a town that had nothing for so long. What the rest of that 50 just had?
For that, you should take the rest of the cookie. I didn't touch it. I did.
These are good.
I was just asking before I closed it.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to grab
Sorry, I
it.
wasn't sure if that was like you will take the rest of the cookie.
No.
All right, so you're going to the warehousing district? Cool. Yeah, so in the area of the teleporters, so there's like the Lumendraw, the Phaedra, etc. These are currently on lockdown, as a reminder. Lassiter, as basically the owner of them, has had his people prevent access to them. There is also, as Honor mentioned earlier, there is another teleporter that is, I believe, currently unnamed, that is being worked on by the Big Daladonians. And in the area near the portals are lots of warehousing, so that things can be taken through the portals, put into warehouses, and then stored for later. It's kind of like the equivalent of like customs, but for portals instead of like a physical border. Zoom, you probably know the area, but I would like you to make a survival check to sort of see exactly how well you might be able to track this guy down. Oh, actually, as a reminder, you also have the speaking stone.
maybe we could make him come to us.
Yeah, you can just talk to him.
Also, East Coast, I'm not getting any audio right now. Are you just being very silent, or?
We're being quiet, yes.
You can
Oh,
find- yeah. Actually, trying to make this survival check. 11
Oh, but what's your buff?
Plus your.
plus survival. I get 2. It's 13.
13. Okay, so sorry, these cookies are distracting me. I thought they were going to have nuts, which I don't really like, but they don't have nuts, or at least not very much, and it's just
They're so good.
Feel the same way about these.
You were by the register.
So good.
calling to you. Oh, wow.
Sonify cookies.
I would like to personify them happily, not like as though their entire existence is torture.
What?
Maybe they just wanted a new home.
And then you ate them. We adopt the kid.
Listen, I don't have time for a moral quandary right now.
Let's go back to cookies or inanimate objects.
Yeah, and just delicious, okay? So wandering around the warehouse district, it takes you a little while, but you do contact, a few people there that you know. Let's say it takes about 45 minutes for you to track down Lorenzo. He is currently in, I don't remember if I have a name for it, but there's a tavern down there. And he is having his early morning breakfast, sitting with his back to the wall when you enter, and he's got just a wide display of breakfast foods out in front of him. He's got some eggs, he's got a big stack of bacon, and he is just slowly, not like shoveling, because he's clearly savoring all of this, but it's just like, oh yeah, oh. This is the good stuff, man. This is what we're looking for. Oh, hey, look, it's Zoom. Hey, Zoom, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. It's a great morning for you because we got exactly what you wanted.
You mean you got me some jam for my toast? Cause that is magnifique, my friends. Look at this! Look at this toast. It's delicious. It's got nice butter on it and all that good stuff. But it is a bit dry, even with the butter,
Yeah.
and it could use a little
Yeah.
sweet. You know what I'm saying? So if you've got some sweet, come over here and talk to me.
We got something even sweeter. We got some cordium.
I was trying to be subtle, my friend. Okay? Not everyone in this establishment, there's like 4 people there. Not everyone in this establishment needs to know the inner workings of our deal, if you understand what I'm saying. Anyhow, just come over here, come here. Get in nice and close. All right. So, we had an agreement, and he takes out like some strips of bacon. He's like, I believe it was, what was it, 50-50?
Believe it was, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So, here we go. Let's pretend for a second that these strips of bacon, this is what we're working with. And he puts down 2 pieces of bacon in front of you, and he puts 2 pieces of bacon in front of me. This is delicious bacon. This is wonderful bacon. This is the bacon that you can eat. It's not too crunchy on the teeth. It's just a little bit stringy, so it's tasty. Wonderful bacon. But here's the problem, Mr. Zoom. You eat the bacon, it's gone. Okay? Now, what you could do is you could reinvest the bacon. Because Lorenzo, he has what do you say? I got even more connections from quasi legitimate businesses. So I could go ahead and give you your share of the bacon right now, or I could take this bacon and I could feed it to this here cow over here. Just pretend there's a cow. There's no actual cow. Just pretend there's a cow. I feed it to the cow. The cow's like, I normally eat grass, but for you, bacon. And then later on, I milk the cow. Like this. Like I do a little milky. And then you have more milk later on that you can make all the cheese with. What do you say?
Messages him because like she has message now to Zoom and goes, by the way, he only promised us 25%, so 50% is very good. Take his lapse in judgment.
I doubt he has a lapse in judgment. I think something else is going on.
Is he keeping this like pretty quiet between the 2 of them, or
Like he started off quiet, but when he got to the milky part, he was pretty much everyone. Yeah.
I don't know if I want to own a cow, guys. I think that sounds like a lot of work.
Bacon tomorrow is better. Bacon today is better than milk tomorrow.
Nobody infests bacon. We eat bacon.
Bacon's also more delicious than milk.
So what are you thinking, Zoom? We got a deal here, or are you gonna take all my bacon, or what's going on?
It's an interesting offer you got there, Lorenzo. But I know I ain't figuring to be a milk farmer or anything. I'm here to clear out my last job, and that's it.
Clear out your last job. Okay, all right. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I understand. So let's see. How much cordium do you got here? And he sees the weight that you're carrying, Zakaria, and he's like, let me just
So I'll take it and I'll just open it so he can see it.
Oh my goodness. And he tries to like heft it a little bit with his hand. That's a good weight. A little smaller than I was expecting, but that saves my bacon quite well, if I'm being honest. Well, okay. I got 2 options for you. Listen, Lorenzo's being honest with you right now, and Lorenzo is unfortunately.
Can I use my telepathy while this is going on?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Let me finish my sentence, and then we can talk telepathy. Lorenzo is unfortunately a little bit light on liquidity at the moment. Okay, and like he kind of glances embarrassed at the amount of food that's in front of him.
I'm gonna take a piece of bacon.
Okay, so How about this? You in lieu, Lou's a friend of mine. In lieu of the money that I would be giving to you, how about you just I'll just take half of the cordium, and then you can take the rest and figure out how to fiscalize that for yourself. If you're not looking to invest in old Lorenzo, huh? That sound like a good deal? Can't hear you guys.
Basically, I think so. Anthony was saying, "Who is in the market for cordium?" And I'm going, "Nobody we want to deal with, because it's like Lassiter or Mistress Unity." You know,
Do we know of any uses for cordium that would be useful for us?
I think based off of previous Arcana rolls, you don't super know what other things it might be used for, but you do know it's used for, magic shit just in general.
I mean, you
He's
could just
Arcana for the whole.
you come back for the money later.
Ooh.
There's rest of
It's building a portal.
us trying to
Yeah,
figure
we
out
could give the
cordium.
cordium.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
That would be fine that we could give Nilsa
They're
as
magic shops.
Yeah. Portal would be very useful to them. If they're in the same spot. Our old pal Lorenzo here.
The only thing is that the Galadonians might be willing to barter more than pay.
Right.
That's the only thing I can think is going to happen. Just
No, we're looking for allies.
yes. So it would be something that would definitely put us in good standing, even more so than we are, I think, with them. So
Right. This is all happening via telepathic.
yeah, a message.
Yeah,
Back
so
and forth.
Lorenzo's kind of just like, you in there, man? Hello?
I'm gonna message to Zoom going, well, I guess accept for now, and then if we can have to sell it back to him again another time, we can do that too, you know?
All right, so Morton, you were asking about telepathy. So you're looking at surface thoughts right now.
Look at surface thoughts right now.
Okay.
Deeper if something.
So at the moment, Lorenzo's top surface thought is, I am so fucking screwed. These guys need to take this deal. I am so fucking screwed.
I'll ask him if there's anything else that he can offer, but
I mean, yeah.
what might he be able to give us? Do for us.
Well, listen, how about this? Let me give you a tour of all my assets. Imagine that these pancakes over here are about a third of everything I own, and this bacon is the other third, and these eggs are the other third. Now imagine this isn't a thought exercise, and that's literally everything that I own at the moment.
This is pretty honestly some stuff.
Yes.
Really put it.
Yes. So, and then maybe go a little further and imagine that old Lorenzo, your boy Lorenzo, was thinking today may be his last day on this planet, and he was going to get himself a nice breakfast on the way out. Okay, that's kind of the situation we're in. But I would love, really love, to get half of that cordium from you.
Think it might be your last day.
Anything high risk that we could have him do? Like he seems like if he's in a bind, he should be willing to take a risk for us. There's something with Lassiter that he could do that might be worthwhile.
Are you asking me, or are you asking them?
Telepathically asking whoever's the most relevant party.
Me? I don't know this guy. I don't know what he can do.
Okay, us.
Ask Zoom.
Well, yeah, Zoom. Is there anything that if this guy's willing to risk his life, like he could be an asset, we could like exchange for services.
I think that too. We could
Yeah.
have a friend in our pocket. Who's on this guy?
I'm assuming that your business is suffering because of the portals being shut down.
That is not a small part of it, young lady. My purple little friend. That is a rather big part of it, and also is maybe I made some not so great decisions on who gets what bacon in the past, and Also, I used to have this wonderful kid that was working for me. Just said, "I ain't working for you no more." And he just left. And then I lost a good chunk of my business because he had all my contacts. It turns out. So old Lorenzo's been in a bit of a bind. Um,
On our
He's just-
messages, Morton goes, "We need to find Taffy."
Like that.
okay, he's referring to Taffy. Do you remember Taffy?
The street
remember
kid you
Taffy?
hired,
The street kid. You were like, "I'm your boss now."
who says that they work for you, which means that if they're the ones who left and has all his contacts, you have all his contacts. You could sell him back his contacts.
Except he doesn't have anything to pay for it with.
Well, if he has cordium, then he can start doing something. So
So I was like, okay, Mr. Lorenzo, your previous business mismanagement shouldn't have any bearing on our business deal, but since I'm feeling very charitable at the moment, because I like you and you seem like such a great guy, we'll take your little offer for now, but only as a favor to myself.
Well, obvious lies about my capabilities aside, I will of course accept, and I'm glad to have an additional person to work with. Listen, if there's anything you need from old Lorenzo, just say the word, and I will do my best to give you a hand. Well, at the moment, there is the sincerity that comes with knowing it is your only option. And that's kind of the feeling that you're getting from him. And it's like, oh, whatever we'll do. Yes, we'll fine.
Just so you know, worked with a lot of fellows in the past, and I was screwed over on this job, and there's nothing on this earth that will stop me from getting back at those who wronged me.
Hey, I hear that loud and clear, man. You don't. I hear that literally multiple times a day now. And listen, I just want you to know that this right here, and he points at like half the cordium. He like divides it with his hands. Like this right here, this represents a new side of old Lorenzo. Maybe I won't be Lorenzo the Sponge anymore. Maybe I'll be Lorenzo the straight and narrow. You never know. Either way, and he like slicks back his kind of greasy hair. Either way, let's call this a new day. Let's call this a new transaction between you and I. I will do everything that I can. Whatever you need. I got some contacts, like a few of them left, I guess. And yeah, I just whatever you're looking for. I'm an expert on the warehousing district. If you're looking for information there, or I don't know, I'm actually I got an in with the chef here. If you're looking for some delicious breakfast foods. I don't know what else I can offer you, man. You want a foot massage? I'll do it. Just oh, you're muted, East Coast.
by the way,
You're muted.
Did we lose it? How?
No, you're
Back
good.
Oh, now you're back.
They're using. I think they're using the mouse one for
Oh,
sound.
The what?
oh, the mouse's sound. I see. Yes.
I was saying, did we have breakfast?
No, you did not have breakfast.
I'm eating Lorenzo's bacon.
I
And
think
he's just
someone
kinda, like,
surprised
staring,
him
going,
all
like-
the time next to her.
You know what?
Eating.
Harold's pulling up a seat. Harold's sitting down next to the other girls.
This is fine with Lorenzo.
As I eat Lorenzo's bacon, I'm gonna say to him, "It sounds like you are someone in need of a fresh start in life."
Say that. Why do they laugh at you when you make that comment?
I'll tell them, there's someone you can turn to when you need a fresh
Oh
start in life.
no! Oh, I see now. Okay. And he looks real uncomfortable, but he sits there for your entire spiel. That's
that you're wanting to make a different choice, you will just speak to Elanway and she will guide you.
Yeah, long way. Yeah, I'm down with the gods. Yeah. Look who
We
it
didn't have
is.
the full last of it.
If I thought seed.
Yeah. Should have him treat one of those bodies. With catching.
Tea on the table. Honor's gonna just like take the tea and just be like,
I was okay, fine. Just take that, of course. Whatever you're looking for. And he's kind of eyeing the cordium at this point, and he's like, "Do you either of you have some sort of sharp implement that you might use to hew something very tough with?" Oh, yeah. I don't know if that'll work, but give her a good old whackinsy, would you? It was a solid piece. Just kind of boom. This
they
is
used to cut
maybe
it.
proving a little more difficult than I was expecting. I've never seen it not in non-ingot form.
So you've never cut it up before?
No, I always get it in smaller parcels. I don't really know what to do with this. Maybe you heat it up or something?
Maybe a saw?
A saw? Not any saw that I would know. Someone who works in metals might know better. Are those deviled eggs?
Nachos.
Nachos. Oh, jeez.
Mm. Yeah, it's
We need to
cheese.
take this to like a blacksmith to get it divided.
That might work, yeah.
Cheese.
What?
You said cheese, and I said, yeah, it's cheese.
Oh, yeah. Just eating my carrots in silence.
So if you don't cut it up, do you usually get it from somebody who cuts it up for you?
I don't generally handle the material science element of the things I traffic in. It's like, if someone gives me, say, a doll full of mysterious white powder, I don't ask how the white powder got there or exactly, how it was cut. I just deliver the doll where it needs to go, okay? Same thing with any types of material goods, such as metals, like this cordium. I am given a chunk of cordium that I am to deliver, and I deliver that chunk. Right now, I'm a bit in the hole for about 20,000 gold worth of cordium, and I just need to deliver that in some way, shape, or form.
Do we know how much our piece is worth?
You don't exactly know.
Okay. Is it fishy to like even have cordium? Is it like
It's not well. It would be like if someone had a bunch of like platinum in the real world. Most people would not be able to identify platinum on sight. They would just be like, it's some metal.
Okay. But like if we took it to a blacksmith, we wouldn't be like arrested for having it.
Not that you know of.
Well,
They wouldn't immediately call the guards on us.
That's exactly how I feel about platinum.
I'm going to tell Patrick Hogan we could find another buyer for this stuff. Jim can't come to the mind right now.
What was the question?
Well, I was telling Zoom that we could find another buyer for this.
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you know where there's a buyer for this?
Not quite, but if the Vigdaladonians are building their own portal, I think they would be in the market for cordium.
There was that magic shop that I went to at one point. There's a chance they might be interested.
Possibly, yeah.
I'll ask this guy what's the quantity that we're giving him. What's it worth? I'm observe his thoughts as well as what he says. I want to get an idea of what we're paying.
Okay. Well, let me. Can I hoist it? I just need to feel the weight. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Oh God. Oh. I had a scroll right now, but all right. So this feels like 15 pounds. I was gonna guess. Oh no, sorry, that's more like 25 pounds. Yeah, that's a heavy thing to be carrying around. Have you been carrying around this for a long time? All right. Well, chunk like this probably goes for around 30K. And in his head, he thinks, "Wow, this is probably like 55K worth of cordium."
Gold pieces?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, this is worth a great deal, probably 30K at least. And I would just be getting the half over here, the kind of the less shiny half. You can have the shiny half, that's fine. And that would let me settle a good chunk of my debts and maybe give old Lorenzo a few more days to get his life back in order. You know what I'm saying?
I'll relay this information. He lowball us. This is how much he thinks it's worth.
We'll take it back to me.
Okay, okay. That's so beautiful.
Well, if we were to find a buyer for it, I mean, what are you going to do with it? Say we were able to divide it. What are you going to do with it?
I am going to return it to some people that are very irate that I did not deliver it as planned. You probably don't want to concern yourself with who exactly. That's the type of thing that just makes more problems for you in the long run. But
So I apparently have that information now. He's thinking what I was saying.
he is not thinking of it. He's just sort of like oh God, please don't let me talk. Don't make me talk about it. I just wanna get through this.
I'll ask who we don't want to know about.
Like this isn't like Death Note where people just like immediately think about everything you question them on. I don't know if that's the anime you're thinking of.
No.
Oh, okay. Um, so you get a brief picture of like a half elf in some very nice looking green clothes. Like don't listen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just leave this old Lorenzo. Please, I got to have something I can do for you that that validates my existence. Okay. You're killing me here.
No, that's somebody else.
Right. Um, hmm, hmm. So what are we doing here? Are we making a deal? Please make a deal.
Well, we have no way to divide it, right?
Let's take it to a blacksmith or something, like you were saying.
Zoom, what do you think? Zoom, what do you think?
Oh, but you heard it.
I was like, is Smith and Black's a blacksmith that would Zoom know that?
They made a little toy boat. I don't know that they're a blacksmith.
Yeah. Smith and Blacks is a blacksmith. Yes.
Birds with one stone.
Two birds with one stone. Yeah. Take it to Smith and Black, I suppose. If they don't know what to do with it, then perhaps the Vigdaladonians would, since they are building their own portal. They would have better mastery of this technology than we currently have.
Jeremy, where is Smith and Black's in relation to shellfish?
Wow, that was not a question I expected to be fielding. Uh,
Shellfish, like,
Shellfish was the name of a bookstore
That doesn't sell books.
that doesn't actually sell books. Yeah. Shellfish was
Quinter.
was that?
Shellfish was in the Deserter Quinter, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Smith and Black's is in the Librarian Quinter, which is basically the other side of the city.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Sometimes I worry that you guys know certain elements of the lore better than I do at this point. Like, how did you compare the proprietor of Smith and Black's to the proprietor of Shellfish? I'm like, let's see. Shellfish was the guy who was Garrett. His name was Garrett. I remember now. Basically. Yeah. So I guess those are kind of your options.
We have to go to Smith and Black's so that Lorenzo doesn't get the axe.
Yeah.
That has to be the right course of action because it rhymes.
But what time is it right now in game?
It's like mid morning. It's like 10 a.m. or something.
Okay. So a trip to Smith and Black's would be well into the afternoon, late afternoon, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it might take you like 45 minutes to get over there because it's clear on the other side of the city, and then yeah.
Well, let's go there then, yeah?
Yeah, well, we don't have much choice.
Mm-hmm.
You have lots of choice.
All of the choices.
I am certain of this because you keep making them. Okay, so Smith and Black's over in the Lemurian sector. So once again, traversing most of the town. I don't really think there's anything interesting to say here. You actually passed someone. I don't remember who it was. Oh, I think it was Zacharias. Passed Smith and Black's on the way to your sister's house. Arriving at this place, this is this particular blacksmith is set into the base of a willow tree, a decent sized willow tree, and under this tree, there's kind of like two sections of it. One is there's like lots of clanging and an anvil with some white hot metal being worked upon it, and a very strong looking human woman who is just pounding away. She's fairly barrel chested, wearing overalls with buttons, and sweaty, wiping her brow kind of thing. And then on the other side of like a sort of like soft divide line based off of style is an area that has like little glowing bits of magic kind of bubbling out of things. There's beakers, there's a cauldron, there's some fancy magical equipment, and a very tall, like 6'8" dryad who is bark skin, flowery, literally flowery and leafy hair, kind of coming out in a broccoli shape, and she is as dryads normally do. She would be like on the wild, she'd be completely nude. Here, she's wearing just like some basic coverings so that she looks comfortable in the current setting. And she occasionally is just sort of like taking the various things that like blacksmith type things, and she kind of looks at them with like arcane focused eyes, and will like wipe a hand across them until the blade starts to glow a certain color, and then she'll like put it into a little storage area. So you arrive here. There's a gate made out of wood. Like literally the roots of the tree kind of come up out of the ground and make an entry arch.
Jeremy felt like that was towards him.
Sorry, my cat was scratching a chair.
So I feel like the Dryad is probably who we talked to. Like she's probably the front store owner or operator, and
she looks like the enchanter, the one who enchants the weapons that are made.
But that also seems to be the store front a little bit more. Like the other one looks like the active bellows and blacksmith area, and that's usually a dangerous area to go into without permission. So
we just enter the store.
Okay. Hello, welcome to Smith and Black's. What can I do for you?
Oh, hello. We have something that was purchased from your shop, and we were tasked because the owner of it owed us with returning it. And I'll pull out the boat.
Oh, I love this particular piece. And she reaches a hand out, and like the fingers grow into slight branches and grab it from where you're holding it, and then pulls it back into her grasp. I worked on this for quite a while, trying to get all of the details to be particularly accurate. And then she kind of like turns it sideways and goes, and her breath comes out, and the wooden sails, billow under her breath. And she kind of like sets it on a slight bit of a water that is suspended in the air, and it just seems to be like an actual living ship for a while before she picks it up and puts it back down. My own little bits of fancy, though, that doesn't come with.
So beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Unfortunately, the woman who purchased it owed us money, and so she gave us the boat instead. And we were hoping to.
You do not find it worth the money that it was
Oh,
paid?
it is absolutely beautiful. Only, it's in all of our travels, it's kind of hard to carry around, and it's not as useful in the day to day.
I see. It is not pragmatic for your whatever it is that you do. And you're thinking of returning it,
Perhaps exchanging it
exchanging it.
for other items or services.
Aha.
Hunter is look around at like all the magical items being like big, like kid in a candy store, like big eyes, like
We would hate to see such a beautiful item ruined when it would be so better served with such craftsmanship in a place that would appreciate it more than the hard roads we're traveling.
I see.
Exactly what I meant.
That makes some amount of sense to me. What exactly were you hoping to get in return for having this wonderful object back?
I do an investigation to see what's on the shelves.
Sure, but could someone answer the question
Yeah.
first? Or
What types of things do you have for sale?
oh, why, we have all kinds of wonderful things at Willow Black's, or Smith and Black's. Of course, there are for the adventuring types. We have armaments of fantastical magical capabilities, and she pulls out a long sword that only looks like a normal sized sword in her long arms, and she kind of like makes a circling motion with it. And then she picks up a buckler that barely fits around her, that just like goes around her wrist, and she's just like, could you not imagine defending yourselves or fending off veritable beasties with these objects? Or perhaps you're looking for something custom made. Jacqueline, of course, is the preeminent blacksmith in all of the lands, and she has been known to take custom orders if you have something in particular in mind. And of course, I, being the greatest enchantress in at least the entire city of Basilica, can make it do fanciful things.
I'm very interested in the enchanting, and I'll show her my sword.
Oh,
What could you do with this?
what an interesting specimen. This looks somewhat haggard, I admit. Have you been remembering to sharpen it?
Usually,
Good. Let's see. And she, may I? And she takes it off of your hands, and she sort of starts looking it around. It is of adequate construction, but I have to say, if you really want something magical, then the properties of the object you're enchanting can be very important. Wood is able to bend in ways that metal cannot, for example, and this kind of iron is what is the word? It is root. It is base. It is very basic.
I see. Well, please show me what you have. That would be better.
Oh, of course, of course. Now, I assume that you are a person who puts your life on the line at times.
Indeed.
And how much would you say you value your life?
Quite a bit.
I thought so. Now, over here, and she pulls out a gleaming white bladed sword. It's basically stuck into a trunk and you only see the handle, and she just pulls it out, and the entire blade, it's like a very thick blade, and it's white with silver etchings through it, that have like different types of like filigree patterns, like showing different types of like monsters, like a little dragon head, and there's like a spider type of thing. This I have finished 4 years ago and have yet to find the perfect buyer. It is called the Holy Avenger, and I can have it for you. And she holds it and shows you the pummel for a mere 15 million gold.
We're looking for something to exchange the boat for.
Oh,
Is the boat worth 15 million?
No. I thought you just wanted to survive out in the world is all. Let me go ahead and put that back. And it's like as soon as your hands got close to it, like you could feel a warmth coming to it, and it was just like it was a little bit like when you put your hands on someone's warm belly when your fingers are super cold, and it's just like, yeah, that would harm it though. And she slides it back in and is like, so this beautiful object that I have gotten, if you're looking for an enchantment, I suppose, there's this thing, and she pulls something that's kind of jabbed into the ground. It's a dagger. It's like, this is a dagger of sparrow slaying.
Slay sparrows often?
Well, there's a reason I haven't sold it, but it has been. No. A sparrow. It is literally. It is particularly adept at finding the weak spots in a sparrow's defenses.
Sparrows have spots? I thought all spots on sparrows were weak ones.
I'm sorry. Would you like to go into the finer details of enchanting with me? I mean, we could talk about this at length if you really want to. I didn't realize you were an expert on fighting various different creatures of all shapes and sizes.
Details of enchantment we were going into. It was the details of sparrow anatomy.
Please, what else do you have?
Fine. Let's see. Well, maybe something that would suit you a little bit better. Here is, and she lifts up a scabbard that is made out of like chainmail, and it's got an inner sheath to it and a chainy outside of it. This is a chain scabbard. It's a little something that I invented myself. The weapon that you put within it is very quick to draw out. Watch this. And she once again pulls the Holy Avenger out of the sword, out of the tree. And even though it shouldn't fit, sometimes somehow it shrinks down into it. It'll hold a weapon of any size. And if I were to sling it over my back, and I am ready, oh no! Some sort of enemy has come up against me. Oh no, Jacqueline, whatever shall I do? Ha ha! She like suddenly the Avenger is in her hand and is pointing in your direction. Aha! I am not so defenseless after all.
Stay.
And it also is quite pretty. It looks very nice on the shoulder.
I'm still eyeing the Holy Avenger.
She kind of like, as you look at it, she kind of like does the thing where she moves a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right to see, like, like, okay, and your eyes follow. Okay, all right, better keep an eye on this one.
See anything on the shelves that would be?
Go ahead and make your investigation check, since I
23.
What did you get?
23.
23. Okay. So there are tons of things on the shelves. Most of these are, in fact, there's basically two types of things. There are like aesthetic looking pieces made out of wood, and there are just a variety of weapons and armaments. There is also a couple of bows that are put there. There's a longbow that looks to be made from the actual one of the branches of the tree that you're sitting there looking at. Excuse me. There is a variety of different. You could probably just to kind of like put it into game terms, you could probably find any quality of basic weapon like +1 to +3 here just by asking. Like they would have it in stock if you wanted to pay the actual price for it. Enchantment wise, it is hard just with a quick investigation to know what all the enchantments are on things. And there is like a shelf that you realize looks like it's like for custom orders. So a lot of the things there that she's showing are apparently custom orders from other people.
Playing Arcana or anything, or
Detect magic or identify would be more the type of thing here. So I just want to make it very clear that as much as this object is a beautiful and wonderful boat, and I put a good chunk of effort into it, it is not one of the more valuable things that we sell. So an equal exchange would be a little bit difficult to find.
Do you know how much the woman claims she paid for that boat?
Just give me a second.
I think the boat was 50 gold.
yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah, keep going.
From
The magic metal.
Cordium.
Cordium.
We still have it.
Okay. Cool. Does the guide know we have it?
Not yet.
Okay.
First, I want to see what
To
the
have
price of the boat
a-
out for. Then we can have show her our goodies.
I just wrote down both. I didn't write down how much.
Pretty sure it was 50 gold.
I think so.
Can I ask in regards to the holy sword, what's the breakdown of the costs in terms of like labor and materials?
Well, Jacqueline was working on that particular sword, folding it, refolding it, tempering it for at least 2 months. It required me to travel far and wide, finding the correct oils to apply to the exterior, and to then understand the arcane enchantments that only my tree understands normally. I had to commune for many a year. The entire process took an exceedingly large amount of time, and it is why I am simply not going to sell it to any old person. And that is why the exorbitant cost exists.
So it's
The
labor,
most
not
beautiful thing I've ever seen.
materials.
I get that a lot, but I definitely appreciate the compliment anyways. It feels good to be appreciated. It is primarily labor, yes, but there is also some amount of materials. This is not made out of simple iron. This is a type of steel that you would not find anywhere else in this world. But I don't really want to give up my sources exactly, but let's just say that it is from far, far away.
So break down labor versus materials.
Let's call it a good 50-50 that you're super interested in.
Jeremy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
I was asking, does she have any mithril items?
Mithril items. Well, we have, in fact, created a set of mithril chainmail. This is a bit lighter than normal chainmail. It is, let's see, over here. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, yes, here we go. And she, gives a very sort of warm caress to the tree, and one of its boughs lowers down, and hanging from it is what looks like a light, almost like a cloth or something. But then she picks it up, and it's very sparkly and made out of little rings and it's clearly chainmail. Now this goes on like a leotard, but if you attempt to puncture through it, it's as strong as a dragon hide.
How much would that be?
How much would that be? I could let this one go for $12.50 if you're looking to purchase.
Well, this ship should be worth at least 50. So if we gave you the ship too, would you take 1,200?
I suppose so.
All right. Do you mind if I come get it a little later?
That would be all right. You can order it now and then pick it up at some other time. We do deliver if you have Ubersmiths.
Because it's like, I think Honor wants the chainmail, Zakaria wants the sword.
Zakaria would also be into the chainmail because then she wouldn't have disadvantage on stealth anymore.
We might all be interested in Square for that reason.
Mithril shirt? Do you
What's
perhaps
that?
just make a mithril shirt?
Oh, a shirt, yes. We have, actually, you know what? I think we might be fresh out of those. Jacqueline! What is that? Oh, don't get snippy at me, darling. I was wondering, do we have any more mithril available for making a shirt? Yeah. Maybe just about as much as we need. It'd take me a couple of days, though. Yeah, all right, darling. Thank you. Um, yes, I believe we can make that happen for you. Um, that is a little bit less expensive, although if it's a custom order and you're trying to hurry the thing, it'll take, hurry jobs are obviously more expensive. But if you're just, waiting for it whenever it's ready, a 900 is what I would go for that.
As much as I love that sword, I'm just gonna stare at it for a
She
second.
kind of like stands between you and it.
Do you have anything a little more approachable in price, but still better than mine?
What's your price range, darling?
What can you just what?
It's small, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. And you're not trying to hunt sparrows, I'm guessing.
No.
No. Hmm. Perhaps we could come to an agreement. I am. I always appreciate a lady fighter looking to do wonderful things in the world. I could use a courier of sorts if you could pick something up for me. It's a bit of a far get, but I don't know exactly where you're traveling in the near future.
From where?
The city of Elena.
Not time for a side quest.
Do we?
Elenath is pretty well known. It's basically like the mercenary capital of the world.
Hmm.
It is where you go if you're trying to hire, if you're trying to just become a merc, if you're trying to, like, it's quite possible that some of you thought to go there during your younger years to learn trades of various different types. It has literally a mercenary academy there for people that want to learn how to sell their services better. It's like a mercenary union. Like, you do not go on a job until you have a price. That kind of methodology. They also often hold tournaments. So, like, groups of adventurers would go there, fight potentially to the death to try to win prizes. Though death is not generally required; it is just something that happens. It's an option. Yeah.
And how like we know how long it would take to get there.
That's like weeks away. Yeah. I admit, normally I would just, get someone to go through the portals for me, but a certain white dragon has been putting a stopper in that as of late.
Yes.
It's not so wonderful.
Not.
Mm.
Hmm. What? I mean, you said something about like plus, just like a basic longsword. What would just be like a basic enchanted sword price be? Just so that I know.
Just a high quality sword. I suppose the lower bound of this would run around 500 gold if you're simply looking for something to get a little more oomph. If that's all you value in life.
Well, there's value and then there's what I have.
You could try to get more.
Yes.
I
Sorry.
think Honor's going to message Zakaria and be like, should we mention the Cordium and ask about maybe hiring them for that?
I think that's a great idea. Did they seem trustworthy?
Give me an insight check.
4.
Absolutely.
Seems like a good idea to me.
Can I help?
Actually, yes. You can help because you're there talking at the same time. Go ahead and make a second roll, Zakaria, since Honor is helping.
14.
14. Yeah, they seem pretty trustworthy. They are Lemurians who believe in, doing things well, and getting really good at stuff. So that tends to come with a bit of trustworthiness.
Right. There's another thing that we were hoping to ask about.
Yes.
We have this material, and I'll go ahead and just pull it out and see,
Jacqueline, come here. Oh, what is it? Just get over here. You got to see this. I haven't heard you take that voice with me in a while. And Jacqueline comes over and she kind of tromps over. That is Jacqueline, darling. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Look what they have. Where'd you get that?
Oh, well, that's private information, but
We didn't steal it.
we didn't.
Oh, of course.
We were
You know
given
what?
it.
If that's
It's true.
immediately your answer, that totally makes me believe that you didn't
Well,
steal.
that's immediately the reason you're asking. So
No, I'm just curious about if there's another supply of cordium that I haven't. Listen, Willow, you talk to him. Just get some, okay? I want to make a thing. All right.
What would you pay for this?
Um, all of it.
As a beginning. I don't care about Renzo.
is he gonna get in trouble if we give him all of it?
Well, Renzo didn't seem like he had a lot going on. What would you quote for all of it?
I'm an enchantress. I work with all kinds of different materials, and cordium is a very unusual one to work with. I don't work with it very often, and part of the little twig that I was once, and not the tree that I am now, part of me wants to just offer you anything for it, but I have to realize that I don't want all of it. All of it would be too much for me. All of it would be unhealthy for my relationship. And so I think I will be discreet, and I will say that about 5 pounds of cordium I would be interested in, and I would be willing to pay. And like little branches come up from their side, and she counts more than 5. I think that would probably be worth about 15,000 gold.
That seems reasonable. If you were to do that, would you also be able to divide the remaining amount that just so that we have it in smaller pieces?
Oh, sure, of course, yes. Consider it a pleasantry. I would love nothing more. And Jacqueline would also probably like some practice runs at seeing how it melts and whatnot. We haven't worked in cordium before, I admit.
I'm gonna just look around at everybody, see if anybody's going, no, is that okay? It's a deal.
Zakaria and say, basically, cordium is worth about 2,000 gold per pound. And
I did as well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, we're making out pretty well. Ask her if she wants the whole 25.
She does.
She was pretty clear that she does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Let me just take that from you for the moment. If you'd like to follow me, so keep an eye on your. I don't want to swindle you here. Jacqueline, darling. I believe what we are going to need needing at the moment is a bit of a division exercise. Could you measure about? Hi. Measure about 5 pounds of this off.
Keep talking.
You're still there.
I don't know.
Hit the button.
Sorry.
Jacqueline, darling, could you possibly just measure off about 5 pounds of this and then well, actually, just could you just melt it all down and turn it into 1 pound ingots? I think that would probably be the easiest way for us to do business.
Please.
It'll take her about an hour though, if you don't mind. We can sit and chat.
That's
Love to know more about. Oh, my name is Willow.
lovely to meet you. I'm
Yes.
Karia.
Zakaria. Ah, yes. This is Jacqueline Smith, my paramour, and we have opened the most wonderful blacksmithing and enchanting place. Better name for that than just place. Yes, but it is. We love to do business here, and I admit I thought you were small potato when you arrived, but little potato, you have surprised me.
Well, I have to keep a little bit under wraps, but I can see from the work
You
that
are
you showed
You're more
me.
shrewd than I expected. I admit.
I can see from the work that you showed me that you are tops.
Thank you. I try to keep my tops in tip top. You can see, like, as she walks away from you, she does like a little fist pump.
Oh. Do you happen to have anything within your stock that might be useful at disguising people?
Disguising people. Ooh, I don't really think I've gone into the more subterfuge based arts before. Normally people are looking for things that hit harder or hit better or protect more. You might want to ask around the Quinter more often. Types of those things. I believe there's a leather worker called Sheaves in some in the other side of the hippodrome. You could check out them. Other than that, I'm not really sure where to go. I'm not in the business normally of telling other people where my competitors are. Obviously, I'm the best. So you can see that Jacqueline is over at her uh, crucible, and she's kind of like, yeah, pushes the entire thing in of the big stack, and she's like moving it as if it's just like a small brick to her. Like she is just like, "Urgh." um, and then she starts, bellowing up the underground, the fire underneath it until it's getting nice and warm, and occasionally she'll take a big rod of granite and kind of like tap into it to see how well it's melting. This might be a while. I've
Fascinating.
never seen someone do this like before. You a blacksmith, or you've ever tried that?
A little bit. Certainly nothing like you're capable of.
Well, I'm not really much of a teacher, so I know that's a little taboo around here, but that is what it is. Okay. She's turning into Lorenzo. This is bad. That's I did too much of Lorenzo this morning.
I'm just gonna see if I can learn anything from her just by watching.
Okay. Yeah, spend some time there. So if you guys are going to be spending an hour here, anything you want to be doing while you're waiting? Also, I'm going to need one more of those cookies.
So
I'm familiar enough with Dungeons and Dragons to know what kind of magical equipment there could be that would be useful to me. But I would like to see if there's anything little that looks like it would be. I don't know.
if it helps anybody, once we sell her this 5 pounds of cordium, everybody should be getting 2,500 gold each.
I think I wanna ask for the mithril chain shirt.
Yeah. What was the price on the mithril chain again?
The mail was $12.50. The shirt was $900.
What does that do to your armor class?
Depends on your dexterity. Basically, heavy armor isn't particularly useful for people that are high in dexterity because they rather dodge around than just like get hit and shrug it off. Um,
Is there things like rings that give you an automatic reroll once a day, or something that could just be in general useful? Small.
no, I mean there's lots of stuff.
Yeah, the problem is I'd ask for something specific, but I don't know what specific types of things there are.
Well,
Interesting arrows.
That's a good question, actually. Since they do custom orders, you can also just, if there's something that you can think of that you want to do, that sounds reasonable, then they might be able to do it for you.
What about some form of item that gives you a +1 in one of your, one of the 6 main stats?
Which is very rare.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much would it be to do a +1 on top of a mithril chain shirt?
It's a good question. Just look something up real quick here. So I believe, man, this is one of the parts of D&D I don't love is trying to figure out like how to balance economy.
Yeah.
But I would say that I'm going with armor, like a single +1 to armor from 0 is about 900 gold for armor, and I'm saying it's 500 gold for a weapon.
Yeah, so that 500 was a longsword +1.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Me.
And then mithril itself, I am deciding that a mithril version of armor is going to basically the upgrade would cost 1250, but less for lower like armor. So like mithril chain is heavy armor, right?
The chainmail is heavy armor.
The chainmail is heavy armor, but the chain shirt is medium.
Medium.
So.
Yeah.
Medium, yeah. So I'm going 1250, 900, and then we'll do like 600 for lighter armor.
You're going for the chain shirt, Kristen.
I would want to do the chain shirt +1, and so that's why I'm asking how much would a mithril chain shirt +1 be? So it's 900 for the mithril shirt.
So 1400.
1400.
How much would a ring of protection cost?
That's probably worth it to my character. And does she have any, like, I have a very basic shield. Does she have anything that's like either lighter, hands-free, or +1 kind of thing?
Ring of protection is going to cost about 5,000 gold.
Okay.
Now,
The +1 on the armor upgrade was how much again?
for heavy armor, it would be, no, sorry, for armor, it's 900.
9.
I wish there was some way I could sort these by like, don't show me the ones that are so powerful they're out of price range.
How much would a nicer shield be? Because I have a very basic shield. So, like, does she have one that makes it like your hands would be
you're
like
a cleric, right? I'm like, how does a wizard have a shield? I'm like, yeah, that's right.
AC in the party.
Because like she has a very basic shield, so either something that, if not a +1, then makes it that it's like hands free for casting, or
So a buckler, which attaches to the hand, which attaches to the arm, and you can still have 2 hands available, is less of a bonus, right? Like a shield's normally +2, a buckler would be +1. If you wanted to basically get a +1 buckler, I think that would be around 800 gold.
how much would a +1 shield be?
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm really putting you through your paces.
Well, me too.
No, not just you.
It's me.
Ring of Spell Storing is about 4,000 gold.
So should I just? These are all. Should I
You're
just
looking at
assume
rare
that
items?
rare is too expensive for me?
If it's just you buying, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The only one less than rare is uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What are you looking through, Leia?
I'm looking in the character builder under equipment.
Yeah, if you just manage inventory and you can like search for stuff.
Wondrous, I'm assuming, is more than rare.
Mhm. So the mithril chain.
Oh, I see.
1250 plus 900 for a plus one on that.
Yeah, if someone could write these numbers down as I'm quoting them, just so I don't forget what I've said.
Ring of Protection was 5,000.
Mm-hmm. 4,000 for Ring of Spell Storing. Do we want to take a break since we've kind of had a while, and then we can maybe talk about, you guys can look up inventory stuff, and then we can come back later. So how about
sounds good.
20 minutes? 2 o'clock/5 o'clock. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, great. See you guys in 20 minutes. I'm gonna just turn the video of the stream off for that time. But we will still be streaming, just no audio or sound. So audio or picture. on the table. Oh, there we are. They do sell crossbows, yes.
Willow, would you be willing to also buy my crossbow and quarterstaff? I have not used the crossbow at all.
Oh, I mean, there's not much for us to salvage on a crossbow, and a quarterstaff would be. I have my own wood, if you understand. But now get your mind out of the gutters. Goodness. The city folk, I swear.
I'm so if I give so I'm giving so I owe you 2,400. How much for the chain shirt and the shield? I'm sorry. If you could remind me that I'm gonna sell back to you for parts.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, didn't we already cross that? Shield is 20, chain shirt is 40, so 60 in total.
Cool. So I'll
Thank you. Yes, go ahead and do that.
Quick question. How much is a +1 bow, short bow?
+1 short bow would be another 500 gold.
Oh. +2 short bow?
That would be 3,500.
Oh, geez. It's pretty big.
What's my plan?
Yeah.
Do I need like a +1 loot or something?
I mean, you mostly cast spells, and so like there's not a lot
There's
to
thing I could get that would help.
yeah. Not
Actually, I'm
especially
curious.
from a arms dealer. What's that?
How much for? Well, what's the difference between a longbow and a short bow? What game?
A longbow has much longer range, and I think does a little bit more damage. A short bow, I think, is a D6 damage. A longbow is a D8. The long range on a longbow is like 1,000 feet or some craziness, meaning that you can hit people that are very far away in theory with it. I just remember it's much better. I could do a quick
But
search.
instead of to having a longbow versus a short bow.
I think there's a strength requirement. Right?
No, longbows are martial weapons. They require different proficiencies to use. So it's possible that as a rogue you wouldn't have the proficiency to use a longbow.
But he might as a wood elf, right?
He might. Yes, I don't. Yeah, you have some proficiencies from your class and some from your race.
Oh, hold on. In that case, crap. Sorry, I didn't realize.
He has proficiency with longbow.
Oh,
Sorry, I
how much?
have.
No, it's okay. So how much for a +1 longbow?
That's going to be the range on those is 150/600. So that means that anything with 150 feet you can shoot with no problem, and things up to 600 feet you can shoot with a disadvantage. A +1 longbow we'll say is 600 gold.
I'll take one of those +1 longbows
Okay.
and sell my short bow.
Should do the same with short bows.
Absolutely. Short bow for you. So short bow's 500. So it's 600 gold from Zoom, 500 gold from Morton. So she actually makes these bows for you during the hour that you're waiting for the cordium to be melted down, and she does this literally by having her willow bend down a branch. And it curves into the exact shape that she wants it to be. And then she plucks out a strand of her hair and threads it through the bow before lightly touching it, and it falls away from the tree. It still has like some of the the knots from the branch itself still in there, but they're in a spot where it's not warping the wood. And hands them to you.
+1 to hit or two.
It's both.
Longbow +1.
Can you just read it?
You should get. You don't have to. You don't have anything. There's an actual.
Okay.
So you just have to search for.
Root short bow.
So in here, to just take short bow and we could
Mine is also a mithril change. Yeah.
boom.
Come on.
Now, Jeremy, I have one question on the on D&D
Hey,
Beyond.
just one though.
Okay. On D&D Beyond, it lists the weight of a mithril chain shirt as the same as a regular chain shirt, even though it should be less.
I am not specifically tracking encumbrance, so don't worry about it. Just know that narratively, and if it ever becomes important wise, it is like half the weight.
Okay.
How much would we be getting for selling the short bow? Not much, right?
Yeah, like 5 gold. Most short bows are just like real cheap.
Oh, in that case, I might just keep my short bow.
Okay.
Because we're not tracking encumbrance, right?
You never know when you need a second bow.
Yeah, exactly.
Go for it.
I should buy a basic dagger.
Oh yeah, sure. Basic daggers, super cheap. It's probably like a gold.
Hold on.
Just one
Can
gold.
Yeah.
Cool.
Look up daggers. Dagger of warning.
Drop something on the keyboard. All right. Any other shopping that we want to do? I didn't realize this was going to be a shopping episode, but
Once we leave here, maybe, but not here.
Okay. So after about an hour, Jacqueline is working the entire time. She's stirring her crucible. She's occasionally adding additional fuel to it or bellowing it out. And then she pours it of this very the liquid cordium is really unusual. So it is white hot, right? But that at least that's what you can tell from all of the other things that she's touching it with. They've all started to glow very brilliant. But this doesn't actually glow white. It glows black and red. So it literally has like an aura of black and red that surrounds it as it gets really warm. So there's like a black flame inside of a red flame. So she pours it and it sizzles across the kiln into the ingot mold where she makes where she chops it with her ingot chopper and drops 1, 2, 3, 4, and eventually 25 of these little ingots. And each of them is like this big-ish. And they're obviously a little heavier than you'd think since they weigh an entire pound at that size. And she counts off 5 of them, and she's just like, as she's kind of looking at them, she's a little bit like Zakaria looking at the Holy Avenger. Like there might be a lip bite in there. And then she sort of puts them off to the side and gives Willow a little nod, like, we're gonna have some fun with this later. And then hands waits for them to cool a little bit, and then hands like a wooden basket over to you that has the rest of the 20 pounds of them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. This is so
It
helpful.
was absolutely wonderful doing business with you, darling. If there's anything else you need in return,
One day
in
I'll be
regards
back
to,
for that sword, but one day.
I've heard that many times, but no one has actually managed to take me up on it. But it will likely be here waiting for it.
I certainly hope so.
And you say you make custom items. What can you perhaps make a master lockpick? Something that can open.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, a master lockpick. I've never had someone ask me for that before. I could, let me think on it. What exactly would you be hoping that this lockpick would do in comparison to other lockpicks?
Open any lock that I require.
Oh my. I'm starting to question whether you got that cordium through legal means. I will consider that. I don't know if any lock is quite so easy, as some locks, as you know, are magical in nature. I could probably fashion you some expert level thieves' tools, though. Maybe come back in a few days and see what I have on offer.
Well, I'd like to get a quote on that first.
Oh, well, quote. I'll be honest, I don't know. I'm not sure what would go into it. I've never made a lockpick before, so and also we have one other big project that I think we've just decided we're going to do first. So like I said, come back in a few days and we can talk more.
Yes. Do you have ideas for what you're going to do with the cordium now that you have it?
Well, yes, a few. We're going to try a few things. I've never enchanted cordium before, and I would like to see what capabilities it has. I may have a few long nights. It is always quite wearying to be out when the sun is not, but it might be worth it.
I'm so excited to see what you do with it. I'm sure it will be incredible.
Me too, me too.
Like your boat back.
Oh, yes, thank you. I believe that was part of the bargain. It is really quite one of my lovelies. I am a little bit glad to see it back, even though I hate when customers return goods. But this one is one of my favorites, and she puts it over on the next to the trunk, and like a little shelf kind of pokes out of the trunk of the tree, and then slowly pulls it up until it's slightly above her own height, which is like 7 feet. And it's just kind of like sitting there. The winds in the wooden sails causing it to rock back and forth, almost like it's on the waves again.
Incredible. Did we get money for that?
Yes, you got 50 gold pieces for that.
Great.
Yeah. Sorry, it just seems like such a paltry sum compared to all the rest of the numbers we were talking about.
Everybody gets 8 gold.
Yay! Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, from the
For the ship, yeah.
Can't help but notice that doesn't divide equally.
No, there's 2 more.
That's the fee for being in charge.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I carried that ship around. I carried the cordium around.
That's true.
I spent most of my money just now.
sympathetic volunteering for accounting encumbrance.
We're not strictly counting encumbrance, though. Like I said, sometimes I may, make comments about it if it matters. Like if you're carrying a huge chunk of cordium and across a rickety bridge or something.
But having 2 bows is just fine.
Yeah, the bows are only like 3 pounds. That's nothing compared to 25. Don't worry about like how you hold a second bow.
Yeah.
That's why you have 2 shoulders, right?
Exactly.
Except for when you need to use it, and it turns out it actually wasn't in your backpack. It was in the whole time.
Before we leave this quinter,
Do you want to go to the leather workers?
yeah, can we try to go to Sheath's?
Sheaths. Yeah. All right. So, sheaths. Willow points you down the road a little bit. If you're looking for sheaths, they work in the more animal materials. They're kind of down there, and that's see how there's an area that is just kind of dark looking. That's what you're looking for. And sure enough, like the Lemurian sector is all full of like annoyingly athletic people just jogging around like here and there, and occasionally they'll be like racing jovially with each other and waving and stuff. And there's lots of little stores with lots of little, I don't know how to call it a store, but lots of little like pavilions where some teacher is teaching a topic on some different things, and lots of little athletes going, oh, and then there's this store, and food.
It is
Hold that thought. Yeah, it's amazing that we did not hear it when you guys were knocking or doorbelling earlier. Okay. Sheaths. You may have thought it referred to like a leather sheath, but this is sheathed in darkness. There is like not like full black, but very darkened like area where there's no roof. It's just somehow the light isn't hitting as nicely. And there's a very gaunt salesperson standing, kind of looking bored, looking out at the street. And there's a bunch of different leather garments that are all hung up and around the storefront. And this very wiry, gaunt human sort of watches as you approaches and cracks like a very big grin, showing all of his teeth. Um, Hello, can I help you?
I'm hoping you can.
I am
Uh,
too.
I'm looking for something, an item, whether a cloak or something of that nature that would help keep me disguised.
Oh, I see. And you're currently still disguised? Okay. He kind of squints in your direction and says, I see, I see. Well, I have the exact thing for you. And he disappears into the back room for a moment. Hold on one second. Yes, and comes back out with it's like a cabbie hat, like it kind of sticks forward in the front a little bit. Actually, basically what Ryan is wearing right now, minus the yarmulke underneath. Um, and it's got a little feather in it. And he holds it out like this and slides it forward before locking eyes on you. And he says, "This is a hat of disguise." And he plucks the feather out. Or sorry, he puts it onto his head and then plucks the feather out and changes appearance to look like a super physically attractive tiefling in very skimpy clothing. And like, look how grandly beautiful I am now.
Absolutely glorious.
And then tucks the feather back in and turns back into his normal gaunt white pasty self, and he says, "This wondrous object could be yours if you're willing to pay the price."
It depends on what the price might be.
The price is 6,000 gold.
That seems a bit extreme.
Is it?
Yes.
You're asking for an object that can cause you to change appearance virtually at will, and you're saying, oh no, I wouldn't pay top gold for that. This is an exquisite creation that took many a months to create. That you are honestly, if I'm being completely honest, and I always am, you are quite lucky to even have a chance to gaze upon it. And you're saying, oh no, I will not pay for that. I will not pay the reasonable fee. Honestly,
I mean, if we're being honest, if it was a more attractive looking item, but now I have to walk around with this on my head if I want it to work.
more attractive? You dare! I cannot believe what a thing to say. Oh, goodness.
It's not to my particular style.
Well,
it's a lovely enchantment.
First of all, it can really, if you think about it, be whatever you want it to be. It is a hat of disguise. Disguise yourself as something that doesn't include, this thing up there. If you wanted to be so bold, have an arrow that appears to go through your head, if that's your style, and I'm sure it is. But otherwise, sure, this is the most modern type of garment that you can find in the king's court now. Which king? I don't know. All of them, probably. And the way that it peeks out in the front speaks style. It speaks finery. It speaks finances. It says old money in ways that you cannot possibly understand. Oh. One second while you digest that tirade. I need to digest some food.
Right, you were quoted for that, huh?
6,000.
Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Um, I would love a fork, my darling, my love, my peep.
Did you see my Slack message?
No, I did not.
Any more drinks?
I'm good. Anybody need paper towels?
I need this to microwave this. It's not warm enough.
Yes. So sorry. Thoughts on the hat?
I think Carol's just going to say, well, I greatly appreciate your showing me this item, and perhaps another time I'll visit back again.
I guess that is your whim, your desire, your want. Just remember, Sheets is always open.
Wonderful. Unless there's any way you'd be willing to work on the price.
Why don't you roll me a persuasion check?
All right. Just a 12.
Can I help?
I guess if you're there, yeah, you can go ahead and roll with advantage then.
I'm still the one behind her, I think. I've been very quiet, but I'm like, kind of like trying not to laugh at his whole spiel. But yes, I'm there.
So should I just roll again?
Yeah, roll. Yeah, exactly.
So why are we looking
A 16?
The gaunt fellow looks you up and down and says, "No, I don't think so. I only charge reasonable prices for my fantastic goods."
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll head back down the way to Black and Smith's and take a look at some true magical items, and I'll leave.
Blacks, but yes.
Yeah, sorry, Smith and Blacks.
Yes. Yeah, it's not blacksmiths, it's Smith and Blacks. It's like the other way around.
Got it.
He gives you kind of a harumph as you walk away, before going back to looking bored, sitting at his stall by himself.
Who wears leather armor want leather stuff?
Did we lose Zoom?
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, does anybody who wears leather armor perhaps want
Oh,
something like a
yes.
leather armor +1?
How much would a leather armor +1 be?
+1 leather armor would go for 500.
500?
Good.
Definitely
affordable.
The +1 to AC?
Mm-hmm.
See, look what my AC went up to.
Oh. What? Why not? Let's get leather armor. Well, +1. How much if I could? Does he accept? Does he buy used goods as well?
Yeah, sure. You probably will.
Okay. I can sell my old leather armor and get a new one for +500.
I love the idea that we're all just stripping in the store.
Yeah, I know. Give it to me.
clothing under your
That's true.
May have it now. Quickly.
So,
Unfortunately, maybe some poop on the floors of Versailles, right? Maybe Come on, clean them up later.
I'm guessing no, but
They did that at some place, some fancy place.
Yeah, for the people with the hoop dresses, I've heard that. I don't know if it's true though. It's like one of those things that you're like, is it real though?
bed for a long time. I feel like nobody's pooping on the.
There was like a mirror hallway.
I guess you're like playing some memory hockey.
If you poop on the floor in one of those hoop dresses, then when you try to walk away, it's gonna drag.
It comes with you.
I do believe
It's like when the dog poops in the house and then the Roomba comes by. It's not
Oh,
good.
that visual.
Oh,
Oh.
no. Oh boy.
I was enjoying these enchiladas.
Was being the key phrase.
Um,
conversations. I just finished them.
Does Morton wear leather armor?
Yeah, I'm trying to spend my 500 gold. I'm trying to recover it.
oh, okay, great. So spend your money. You'll probably get a rebate of like 8 gold on that for him buying the basics back. So when he sells you this, he like locks eyes with you, and he reaches back into like the shadows behind the desk, sure. And you don't exactly see how it comes into his hand, but when he pulls out of the shadows, there is, just a suit of armor that he's holding onto. It's leather, so it's not super, super heavy. And he hoists it onto the thing and hands it to you. And he's like, may it serve you well.
I just want to go find them.
Is he paying for the leather armor, by the way?
8.
Okay.
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask how much he would take for the old leather armor.
8.
8, okay.
Whew. Got a bit of pepper in my throat.
Oh.
That's a bad place to keep a good virus.
Yeah, it's supposed to go into the stomach, not the windpipe area. You all set over there? Zoom, have you gotten your new armor?
Clothing then for armor for you?
I think I'm going to try to save to get that eventually.
Okay. Any other thoughts from Sheaths?
Yeah.
Do-do-do-do. All right, then, guy. The scene is yours. Where are we going next? What are we doing next?
What will we be doing next?
Oh, do we want to go back to
We need to go back to
Lorenzo?
Lorenzo.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we should probably.
But do we really need to do that now? Should we go back to Lorenzo later? Like, after the mob boss is caught up with him, we don't have to give him any of the cordium?
I don't disagree.
I mean, now that Zamboni said it, Peril is all for that, as long as it doesn't affect Zoom in any negative way.
The only problem is that who would then buy it from us?
We can
Maybe
come
who
back
he
to,
would give it to.
But who would be willing to
blocks again eventually. I think we can just keep carrying it around until the time is right.
I agree.
You want me to try to find another seller?
I don't know if we want to spend time on it right this second.
I think we need to go see Nilsa.
Yeah. Can we swing by Whisper Crowd and see if
Yeah,
Asta's around yet?
I think that should be on the way.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Asta should be up now, right?
So, yes, maybe. No.
Asta?
Yeah.
Asta.
Asta.
All right. you take a stroll back to the Zorsiskin quarter, and you realize you're actually kind of on the edge of it already at Sheaves. And down the main thoroughfare over to the Whisper Shroud Citadel. And when you get there, you spy the same white-clad elven woman at the last rites kiosk, basically. And she rushes over in your direction when she sees you. And she says, "Oh, I haven't seen Asta yet this morning. Have you had managed to talk with her by any chance?"
No, we have not.
Oh dear. Yeah, she hasn't come down, and I was just thinking of going and popping down to where the what they call barracks to see if she's there, but I just haven't had a chance. If you're looking for her still, I would try the Death Priest barracks, which is just a little behind the sanctuary, the citadel over there. If you want to go take a look.
Much we appreciate
Yeah,
that.
Is it unusual or usual for her to sleep this late if she was up late?
I'll be honest, staying up late is fairly usual for her, but I don't know. I've just so much unusual things have been happening in the city lately that this makes me feel a little uneasy. Maybe you'd better go check.
Let's go check. I'm worried about her. Do we know, is her room where we were when we met up with her before, or was that some place?
I was in the Whisper Shroud Sanctuary. She actually took you to basically a suicide room where people consider transitioning to the next life.
Good times.
Yeah.
Don't think I realized that's what it was.
I did describe it basically as such, but yeah. It's for counseling and stuff, but they don't necessarily counsel against it.
So let's get an idea of where she would be, and
yeah, so you're pointed in the direction of the barracks, and heading over there. Barracks are fairly standard issue. They look like they've been maintained fairly nicely compared to like the Galvandrin barracks, which are very sparse. These ones actually have a little plot right next to it that have a few headstones in it. There is, which is actually very common in the Zorsiskin quarter in general. Like lots of the houses will also have little like in-home cemeteries. Excuse me. In this particular case, there's a person wearing Death Priest garb that's kind of like chilling near the main entrance, looking for people that are approaching, and does notice you as you walk closer. This is a gnome Death Priest, and he looks up at you, and he's like, "Hey, can I help you? What do you have going on?"
We're looking for Priestess Asta. We came looking for her earlier. My mistress sent me on a mission. She still has not arrived, and the receptionist said we might look for her here.
Okay, I'm trying to digest all of what you just said. But let's see. So your mistress had. Okay. Well, Asta, I think she's still in her room. I can. Do you mind waiting? I mean, she's probably still just recuperating from a late night or something. Did you need to see her right away? Is this important, or what's going on?
We're concerned. We do need to see her. Can we knock on her door?
Roll a persuasion check.
Can I help with that?
Mm-hmm. So
Advantage or separate?
giving
roll?
you advantage.
Okay. $14.
I was going to say the gnome looks you up and down, but it's pretty much just up and up. Like up and slightly less up. Yeah, okay. You seem concerned. Let's get in here. Just follow me down the way. Don't stray too much. This is supposed to be a fairly private area, but I'm assuming Asta's got all kinds of weird friends. So just follow me.
Thank you.
Trump goes through to the end of the door. Sorry, the end of the hallway, and knocks on a wooden door. Asta, are you awake? There's no response.
I'll knock harder.
All right, fine. Let's take a look inside. And then he comes bustling through his pockets for a bunch of rings. He's like funneling through them. He drops them on the ground. Oh shoot. Okay. All right. This is me. Okay. This must be this one. All right. Door opens inward away from you, and inside is a ritual circle and a bed, but like ritual circle is the first thing you see. And
like a permanent one, or like something somebody set up
it looks
recently?
Real recent. And in the center of the ritual circle, face down, is the puppet Riggle Mortis.
Oh god. Is there any sign of Asta?
Riggle, speak to me.
There is no sign of Asta in the immediate vicinity. What the heck? I wasn't expecting this. She was doing some kind of magic last night, I guess.
Anyone have something that will help us find out what the magic she did was?
Yeah, can someone decipher the ritual?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you want me to do?
I was gonna say if it's religion, I'd like to check.
I mean, I can do Arcana or Religion, whichever one you want me to do. So, and investigate whatever you want, detect magic, whatever it is.
Let's do Arcana.
Okay. Okay, that is a 24.
24. Okay, so this magic is you've seen this kind of ritual circle before, probably in the books that back from Spineloft. And there's no question what this kind of magic is. This is a scrying spell in ritual form. So someone, presumably Asta or Riggle Mortis, was trying to find someone or something with the ritual circle that's inscribed on the ground here.
It's possible for me using detect magic to have an idea of like what?
You could
like direction.
I'm gonna say probably not. Like that's like an incidental moment of the spell. It's not part of the actual circle that's created. And with your 24 in Arcana, you'd know that.
Is there anything else in the room that seems amiss?
Can I do an investigation?
Yeah. Why don't you, Zakaria, why don't you do investigation and roll twice with Honor's help?
While they're looking, I'm going to turn to the gnome and I'm going to say, where's Dingle?
And did Zakaria just say that she wants me to do it?
Yes.
Okay, with help, I'm assuming, right?
Dingle doesn't stay in this barracks. There's a Tabaxi only barracks a little while in a different area. The Tabaxi are a little bit more insular, like they get to talk about hairballs and stuff between them. You're not supposed to mention those to Tabaxi if you're not one. So they got stuff like that in their culture. So they hang out with themselves.
So assumedly,
it's another 24 for investigation this time.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a second.
Assumedly, she was doing some scrying and something happened and took her away. But why did it take her and her clothes and leave Riggle Mortis? Like, is he not part of her clothes?
Is he really a separate entity?
Well, if he was, he'd talk to us.
Can I do a medicine check on Riggle Mortis?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to help that. I'm all over that puppet. Go for it.
All right.
I'm getting advantage on
Yeah.
it? Okay, cool. 17.
17. All right. You drop to your knees. You flip Wriggle over so that you can see the front side of him. And he's just like lying there. There's no movement, no compressions of breath. You start to do CPR on the hand puppet. And at first you think it's working because like the mouth starts to move, but then you realize it's literally just the compressions of the area that's causing it to happen. And then he lies still, and you reach over and you use your hand to cover the face of the puppet, and its little like googly eyes kind of like get folded over with the cloth.
I did what I could.
Meanwhile, while you're doing this, Honor is Honor is going around the room very carefully investigating things. Honor, you find a couple of books, one of which is open on the desk that is discussing ritual magic, such as the scry spell. There's also you find there's also a holy symbol. A Zorsiscan holy symbol that you realize that sometimes Asta would wear around her neck when you were talking to her. You find a large vat of white facial paint or body paint, and some cut up bed sheets.
New mission: rescue Asta.
The bed sheets are cut up like randomly, like just like stabbed a bunch, or they're like cut into strips, or
they look very carefully cut up into like kind of a curved outline like this, like a big chunk of it was taken out.
Do they look like it was made to make a little ghost costume for a small tabaxi?
It does.
Okay, but without her holy symbol, which means she can't cast spells wherever she is.
I'm going to go ahead and say, Nora, for that brilliant deduction, that you get inspiration. Yeah. I wasn't sure if anyone was going to identify that little detail. It's nothing.
Okay. She's gonna take what's left of that sheet because her next goal is to go find Dingle.
Do you guys have any idea what could have happened to her? I thought she was just in here studying.
I don't know.
She must have been doing something dangerous if this happened.
But the door was locked too, so she didn't leave.
Is there a window in here?
There is a window.
It
yes.
doesn't look like there is any like
closed.
It's closed.
Is it locked on the inside?
It doesn't seem to have a lock on it. Sorry, what was the question, Peril?
It was just going to be the same. Like, does it look like there was any broken in access? Are the windows broken? Are the windows open? That sort of thing.
Honor has investigated the area and did not find anything that appeared to be a break-in.
So, my question about the ritual circle. Mm-hmm. Now, you said it was what it was for and everything. Can I tell if it's actually been cast, like completed, or if she drew the ritual circle and didn't finish the actual ritual kind of thing?
The magic has been dispelled from it, so it has been used.
Okay.
This is also a shot in the dark, but there's like nothing left from clarity in here, right? Like there wouldn't be she wouldn't have had that in here.
Sorry, no.
Do you guys think that maybe Dingle would know? They seemed close.
Yeah, but it almost seems like if something took her, it took her very quickly, and she was not prepared for it at all.
But he might have some idea, maybe,
what she was doing.
Or where her thought process was.
As good a lead as any we have, which is very little, so.
Yeah. Sir, would you be able to take us to Dingle or have Dingle come here? I'm sure he'd want to know that his friend is missing.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay. We can go head over to the Zubaxi barracks, I guess.
I'm going to take Wriggle before we leave.
Yeah, thank you for picking up Wriggle. He should really give an appropriate last rites. Kind of
I seem to really believe that Wriggle was like a separate
roll insight check.
entity.
I'm adding him to my inventory as custom.
21.
21, yeah.
Wriggle? What happens? Hand in a wriggle. Can I reanimate him with my hands?
Ask Beryl. She's the one who picked him up.
Let me see that.
I hand him over.
I put my hand in wriggle.
I'm watching the gnome.
As you're doing this, the gnome tries to smack it out of your hand. No, it is not right to reanimate the dead like that. If Wriggle is gone, he's gone.
But what if he's
Does
gone?
anyone speak to the
What
dead?
if I'm not gone?
Oh God, that's awesome. Why would you do that? That's not even the right. That's not what he sounds like.
I'll take it off.
Oh, you asked for my help and then you do such blasphemy in my presence? I can't believe this.
Sorry. They don't have a lot of boundaries.
I'm realizing that.
So worth it. I would have done a wriggle imitation if I could.
Just gotta think.
Lead us.
Strong bad from I'm sorry. But all right, great. Okay, yeah, let's go. Just don't do that again. That's just totally wrong. All right, follow me this way, and he leads you back outside and over to a second barracks that's kind of like on the other side of this the citadel. This one is a little bit smaller, and there is multiple different entranceways. There's one that's like a small hole near the top where there's a running board, and you see occasionally a tabaxi will scamper across it on all fours and then climb into the a top side of the barracks. After he opens the door to lead you inside, you realize this is like a multi-level structure where sometimes with very small spaces and lots of tabaxi kind of running around.
Are they?
They're all small tabaxi, yes. And as soon as he enters the door, one of them with a big patch of black fur, but otherwise a white face, comes over to you and sort of squints at it and says, "What are you doing? Need some help?" These folks, they're and now the gnome is a little bit bigger than the tabaxi, and he's looking down at it and he says, "Yes, us big folk are looking for Dinkle. Have you seen him around lately? What do you need him for?" I don't really know. We believe his friend Asta might be in a bit of a pinch. All right, this way, go on. And he leads you, and you kind of have to get down and climb around. There's some clearly spaces that have been left for bigger folk to move through this area, but it's not comfy, and so you're squeezing the entire way through. The actual this is a multi-level hallway with little cat corridor type things going overhead and underfoot sometimes, and at the end of this is a door about this big that it's this size, and he walks over to it and gives a rap to it, and then the door creaks out in your direction, and Dingle comes pawing out and then looks around what is it?
Dinkle?
Appeared.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like to talk much, but yeah, this is me. Yeah. What's up?
We were hoping.
It seems like Asta has disappeared.
Disappeared? Did you talk to Wriggle?
I
found him unresponsive.
Oh.
I take him from Zamboni and hold him out to Dingle.
Oh no. Oh, this is
He was in a ritual circle.
This is terrible. A ritual circle. What kind of ritual? Do you know? Are you knowledgeable in magic? Do you know what kind of ritual?
It was a scrying circle.
Oh, I don't know why that makes sense. That's a very unusual thing. Thing. That's a very weird thing to happen.
Have you spoken to her recently? Do you know maybe what she was doing late last night?
Oh, I did speak to her last night, and she said that she had to do some studying. That she was gonna. I asked her to go and get a drink with me, and she said that she was going to be up late doing some studying. And so I thought, oh, okay, then some other time. And then oh man, I wish I'd gone with her because like that sounds like maybe I could have helped her or something. Did she, was there, is she hurt? Do you know?
We didn't see any sign of it, but just I don't know. We're hoping not, but we desperately want to find her.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, you said it was, a scrying circle? I haven't really talked to her much lately. Would you know what she might have been looking for? Is it related to that somehow?
Couldn't tell. We just know that it had been cast. But yeah, and Rigor Mortis was in the middle of it.
Oh, Wriggle. Um, oh.
I don't know if you wanna, like, and she had the book open to the spell and everything, and her holy symbol was on her desk.
Oh, that might not be that as bad as it sounds. She does have multiple holy symbols. Um,
That's good.
one of them is special. Which one did you find?
Did we grab it?
Which one did you find?
You found what looks appear to be a normal holy symbol. So you show it to him, and he kind of, oh no, oh yeah, this is just a normal symbol. I don't think she might still have her other one. Um, I would. She might be okay actually. This might not be as scary as it sounds. Like she's uh she how do I describe this? Asta's had a very unusual life, and she didn't always used to be a death priest, and she still sometimes deals with some of the things, the stuff, the people that came before. And so she might be having a one moment such as that, especially if she was looking for something and she found it. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. You might want to look. Uh, I don't know where to look now that I think about it. Sometimes though she would head over to the Dezectric Quarter when she had a specific contact that she was looking to talk to. Some kind of performer, I think.
A performer. Do you know this person's name?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Or where she would meet them in the Dissector Quinter?
Well, I couldn't help but notice that whenever she met them, it would always be when the circus was in town.
Interesting. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. I she's probably fine, right? I mean, Wriggle is. Can you take Wriggle to her though? If you find her,
Absolutely.
she'll know what to do with him.
Sure.
Yeah. It is odd that she would be separated from Wriggle.
She usually isn't.
No, that's a very unusual thing. And you kind of realize that he's not telling you something. I guess maybe not you. Who has high passive insight? Like 13 or better on passive insight.
Honor.
Honor does. So yeah, Honor, you kind of get a feeling that maybe there's some little nugget of something that he's leaving out.
I'm gonna message Morton and be like, he's not telling us something. Can you get an idea in his mind? What he might know?
Mm-hmm.
I have it on list. She's the last.
Wait. No.
Not certain.
You just on Lorenzo this morning.
Okay, I'll communicate back. I'm too tired. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Is there any way to like
You can only do that one thing.
I think so.
kind of take him aside and just be like, Tinkle, is there something you're not telling us?
So you kind of push your way into his little area, and he's like taken aback a little bit. Listen, there's not a lot of space in here, and you see like, there's a couple of saucers filled with milk on one side, and in the back there's a sandy patch that's kind of got a little like lid on it that it moves up and down, and he looks kind of embarrassed about the state of things. He starts to scratch some muck out of his hind legs, and he's like, well, and he leans in real close to you, and he says, sometimes Asta, well, she takes it upon herself to solve things, and she can be very single-minded when she does so, and I've never heard of her getting into danger, but it's possible that she's being a bit of a vigilante at times. So I don't know exactly what she'd be up to now, but if she got wind of somebody doing a bad thing or something, she's occasionally will go and shake him down. She seems so nice, but man, when she's not being nice, she is not nice. Ooh. She's scary. Anyways,
Well, if she's scary, then hopefully she's safe.
yeah, sometimes, yeah, hopefully. Although I still don't know about Wriggle.
Yes, very strange. I think we should go look for her.
I think we should too. I mean, Zamboni, you said that you had contacts in the circus anyway.
Everyone's in the bathroom right now, so why don't we wait just a minute to continue this?
Okay.
I'm going to take a break to eat some more onions.
I have added one Wriggle Mortis, the hand puppet, into my inventory.
Is it an inventory item or a companion? That's the real question.
I mean, easily could be a companion.
But there's no place for companions, I don't think.
Oh, I thought there was. Actually. Maybe that's not a character thing? Where do companions go?
Oh, I guess under notes there's allies.
No, it's not that. There's definitely a concept of companions somewhere in here. I don't know how they work though. Notes, public, private, invite link. Maybe not. Maybe they have something else. Oh well.
Connor's gonna just go, thank you, Dinkle. Thank you so much for your help. Anything we can do to help find Asta, we will do. Okay?
Thank you so very much.
And it was a pleasure seeing you again. I really loved your tour that you gave.
Thanks. We worked on it for a while, Asta and I. I admit I wrote the brochures and I was very pleased with my work. Anyway, good luck. I think I'm gonna go back to trying to have a day now. There's honestly a lot of you, and I am not used to this many people talking to me at once, especially if I don't have my ghost outfit on.
We didn't mean to stress you out. I'm sorry. I'll just look back out.
Okay, thanks then.
I think we're like trying to get out
He
of
kind
there.
of like closes the door. Bye.
Oh.
Adorable. I want to keep it.
You cannot keep all the NPCs.
Why not?
We lost one. That means we have room for another one.
No.
This one's better.
This one's way better and smaller.
Yeah. Well, I'm keeping Rigor Mortis. That's an NPC I can keep.
Oh,
I'll take him out. I'll take him out.
Okay. Zamboni. So Dinkle mentioned that Asta had contact with a performer, and he mentioned that she always went to see them when the circus was in town, which implies that maybe there's somebody at the circus.
Yes.
And you said you know people there, and perhaps that's our next clue where we can go next.
That sounds like a good idea. We should go see if we can find any info at the circus.
Is there any reason why now's not a good time? Like, is the circus better during the day or at night?
What time is it? Circus people like sleep late, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's like noon right now.
Yeah, so they're going to be like just getting up.
Oh, well, as long as they're awake.
Yeah, before they open is a good time.
Well, then I think we should head over there.
And it's probably going to take us like 45 minutes to get over there, right?
Yeah, I mean it'll take you a bit to get there for sure.
So like 1 o'clock is still.
Yeah, I mean the circus will be open by then. You're well enough aware of the city that you guys are mostly from to know that the circus will be from there. Will be open at that point. I guess you're not mostly from here. Now that I think about it, but whatever.
Probably mostly aware of how circuses work.
Zamboni would know though that's they open fairly early.
Lead the way.
All right, so once again across town. This is why I feel like I should charge you every time you enter New Quinter, but drain that gold out of you somehow. But it turned into goodies. So heading back across town, the hustle and bustle of town has gotten much thicker. There's a lot of people that are very excited in the Dezectric Quarter, touting. You see people wearing like face paint and like having circus memorabilia, stuff that maybe they got the night before. There's things that are clearly like paint that glows in the dark that is currently faded because it's still during the day, that they probably had from the previous night. There's definitely people in the streets that are intoxicated with things other than alcohol, and especially in the Dezectric Quinter. Getting over to the circus. Oh, hold on. I think I have a thing now. Holy crap, I forgot about this. Wait. Hold. Wrong campaign. I have way too many resources. This is getting kind of crazy. Is it here? Not launch maps. Not my uploaded maps. Yes. Which one is that? Let me just add it and see which one it is. Sweet. Okay. I would like you guys to do something new. New for everyone but Kara, actually. So I have decided to stop using Roll20 as a separate app because it's annoying to have another thing to use. And instead, I'm using D&D Beyond's built-in map feature, which you may not have even realized was there. But if you're looking at your character sheet, in the upper right corner next to the anvil and next to the game log is a little play button that says launch game when you hover over it. That's how it is in the PC experience. I think it's fairly similar on the other experiences. If you click on that, you will open up a basically like a game map.
You know, if it was the other way, it would match the orientation of my screen much more.
Oh, let me see if I can rotate it. Pan, photoboard, moving.
I don't seem to be able to rotate it that I can find.
Yeah, it looks like I can't rotate it. Oh well. So now I can go in here and then I will add a token for Zamboni and for Morton and for Zoom and Zakaria and Honor and Peril. And I believe you can move your own icons and you can zoom in and out. So I will use this little pointer tool here, and hopefully you can see it. But you guys, so on the right side there is the edge of the area, though the watery area where the aqua turbine is. The blue and white and red streaks are big, like magical spotlights shooting into the sky. One is using pyrotechnics, and the other is using aquatechnics. So it is like literal fire being shot, or literal water that eventually like kind of rains down in a line in that area. That's clearly got some magical thing causing it to shoot farther than you'd think possible, considering. They meet together a little bit over the actual lake aqua turbine area and create and cross and create kind of like a steam cloud that goes up from between them. So this is this special like steam festival.
It's phantasmic.
It's phantasmic. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. Let's say, why don't you go ahead and move all your guys sort of over in this area for the moment. Just use a drag and drop. Now, this is actually using your actual character icons and stuff from D&D Beyond. So there.
Just updated that today.
Yeah. So if you actually go and change your photo there, it'll be reflected here. Which makes it very easy, and now we don't have to have another entire different thing that we're going to. There's a wide variety of stuff going on here. Zamboni, you would know pretty much all about this. Over here, if you guys can see my pointer, it's kind of red, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Zoom out if you haven't zoomed out. This is the big top. It's the largest of the circus tents. Over here is a musical stage where a bunch of people are doing music. There's a little seating area right here. This section right here is a pavilion for dancing. This area right here and this area over here are tables where people are eating food and just hanging out. We have some food vendors here. We have a variety of curio vendors here. And these are smaller tents down here that contain smaller shows that are being done. And then other things here are just random buildings that maybe are housing where the circus performers take breaks or get their own meals. And then over here in the back, this is where like the animals that are not currently performing are being held. Now, when you arrive, there is a long, very long line, all stretching from the main entrance to the big top here. It's going down around behind the music, the stage, and past some of the other things over to around this area. And it's just tons of people that are excited. Just they're doing that thing where they've clearly been in the line for so long that it's no longer like they're not going anywhere. They like put up like chairs and stuff, and they're just like getting to know their neighbors because they realize this is going to be maybe an hour-long event, and it's just going to be boring to sit here. Lots of them are wiggling back and forth. Many are holding things that clearly have beer or other types of alcohol in them. And there's the musicians are still kind of warming up, but there's occasionally like a bit of actual like lute playing or other music coming from the stage. And of course, because this is a circus, there are wandering performers doing juggling, doing clown play. They're doing other types of what is it called, gesturing, just fun stuff, and occasionally going over and pretending to be your friend and doing miming and whatever. So there's just a lot going on.
Well, I haven't eaten anything since the Lorenzo's bacon, so I'm gonna go to the food stalls.
All right. The food stalls have everything looks really fancy, but like after a second glance, you realize it is just the most like trumped up normal food ever. So it's like it's like when someone's like, "Ah, yes, we will put the chicken on top of the rice and now it is fancy chicken." Like that's what's going on here. It's like it's not just a turkey leg. It's a turkey leg that's got like a little sign in it, and so they've strapped like a piece of bacon to it. And it's like, okay, that's better, I guess, but like why don't I just have a side of bacon? And there's some like fried potatoes that are cut into shapes that are next to it. It's all just very circusy.
Cool. Can I buy some circusy food?
Absolutely.
Great.
For a meal, 5 silvers. Yes, you have like a turkey leg that's just way too big for you. Like you're like, I don't. How do I hold this?
Turkey leg.
Oh, yeah, wow. Okay, sure enough. I just meant like it's unwieldy. Like it's a one-handed weapon. Like you, it probably does bludgeoning damage.
Roll for a shit, mister.
Now if I could hit somebody with it.
But yeah, but it's
Oh man, this is starting to sound familiar.
Stream?
Hmm? Was that?
Because we get it on YouTube and the stream is all the screens are black on YouTube.
Oh yeah, it's because I am using the wrong thing. They should be back now when it catches up. Yeah, it will. Whenever I switch to look at the map, it's going to go black because Discord is dumb. I have not yet had a chance. Like in theory, that's what this other computer is for, but I didn't have everything set up there, and so like this is just what we have for the moment.
Does the sound still go through?
The sound still goes through, yes. Basically, it's just when Discord doesn't have focus or doesn't have a thing directly referencing it, it doesn't actually display anything. So like if it's like behind the current window, it doesn't display anything. So the screen capture, the window capture doesn't capture anything because there's nothing to capture. And so it goes blank. Anyways.
What if you did a screen capture so it captured the map when we switched to the map instead of a window capture?
I would love to do that. I do not have a moment to set that up right now.
No, not right.
All right, cool. Should we, well, where are we going, Zamboni? You know some people around here?
Yeah, I want
As I
to
eat my
find
turkey
people I know.
So you know that the head honcho at the circus is Grandstander Pharaoh. And he's a very I mean I say he, but they're more of a they. They are very showy and I mean they're basically everything you would expect from a Desectric circus performer. They want lots of attention. They want everyone to know how they're feeling all of the time, and they want they want to basically be your best friend at every single moment, but not in a salesman sort of way, in a narcissistic sort of way. But they are the leader around here. You also would know plenty of different people that are just like general performers, although you haven't been in the circus for a while, so not like everybody.
Why did we think Austin knows somebody at the circus?
Dinkle said
Dinkle
that
said so.
she meets someone here.
But Dinkle doesn't know who?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go talk to the guy in charge then.
Okay. So Grandstander Pharaoh, you expect that he will probably be grandstanding, yes. But he is going to be behind the big tent, probably in the like the setup area where they're getting things ready. As that is where they most of the time are. Crossing through the area, you are assailed by smells and sounds and people and noises before you arrive at. It's kind of like a graveled area. It's much more laid back. You can see there's a lot of people in their performance gear that are not actively performing here. So there's like a clown that is just like taking a fucking break, right? Because they have had to give so many balloon animals, or the fantasy equivalent, to kids that they're just like, I don't want to see another balloon animal for like 15 minutes while I eat this hot dog, okay? And there's Grandstander Pharaoh. He's wearing his split tail like conductor's cloak that he looks like he's almost conducting people, but he doesn't have like a baton. He's like, yes, go over there, yes, and now we need the elephants. Come on, and then we're doing this and we're doing that, and don't forget those. And as you guys get closer, though, you hear a psst, psst, and those of you with high passive perception, let's say 13, see a lady with dark skin covered mostly in white paint to make them look like they are a skeleton is Asta. And she's kind of like right next to the tent, and she's going,
Yes, let's go that way then.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
We were looking for you. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I had a lead and I was following it. I didn't think. Sorry, I should talk louder. I had a lead and I was following it, and I didn't think. I thought you guys would have other things to do for like a day or something. Sorry. What I left.
We saw that Regal Mortis. And so we thought
did you bring him with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. And she takes Wriggle, and she kind of turns away from you and turns back, and there he is on the thing. Like, all right. How's it going? Hey, why would I be dead? There's no reason for me to be dead. And then she looks over at Zoom. He's like, "Here, watch this. Zoom, here, take him. Can you take him from me?"
Sure, but why not?
All right. So you pull the puppet off of her hand, and you see her hand underneath it, and cupped in the hand that was basically Rigor Mortis's mouth, between the two middle fingers, is a stone. And she looks down at it and says, "Say hi, Wriggle." And the stone makes a voice that says, "Hey, everybody, how's it going? I'm Wriggle." This is a speaking stone, and I don't know if you realized this. I thought it was clear that Wriggle isn't an actual, is not just a puppet. There's my friend Wriggle. Well, that's what we call him when I'm not on, doing other things. Is just speaking through the stone. Okay.
We definitely did not realize that.
Oh, okay.
Did you realize that?
So you thought the puppet was a person?
No. There was a person. And there is.
Oh.
We were right.
Yeah, hey guys. My name's. We call me Wriggle, but I do lots of things for Asta. That's just my job,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's a former contact from before I became a death priest, and he helps me do teaching sometimes because he's a good friend, right, Wriggle? Yeah, I mean we go a long ways back.
Okay. We've never seen you without Rigor Mortis, so we assumed that you wouldn't go somewhere without him, and thought that maybe something had happened to you.
Oh, because I went somewhere without my puppet. You thought I was in danger.
Well,
Yes.
also, your room was locked and empty, and
My room was locked, and that was a warning sign.
nobody had seen you all day.
I snuck out because I didn't want people to know where I was going. But apparently you tracked me down.
The gnome who showed us your room was also very concerned that Wriggle was there and you were not. So
Oh, you think he doesn't know either?
Right.
it seems that way.
Oh my God.
And neither did Dinkle. Dinkle was also concerned.
I'm pretty sure Dinkle knows. He knows a lot about things. He may have not shown his knowledge, but
He is the one who directed
anyways,
us, so-
listen. Right now, the important thing isn't the status of the hand puppet that you apparently thought was a real person. It's what I've uncovered.
It's a real person. It's just not a puppet.
Hang on. What did you find?
Okay, so you were telling me about this Mistress Unity person the last time that we met, and I did a little bit of spying, and I found out that she and a certain white dragonborn are going to be doing some sort of exchange at the circus this evening. So I'm here scoping things out and trying to keep a low profile and not maybe let everyone know that I'm here for those reasons, which I believe was what you were about to completely give away before I got you over here.
Well, we couldn't have given away that because we didn't know that.
Well, you were going to ask where I was, though, weren't you?
Well, we were going to ask if anybody had seen me.
Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to avoid.
Well, I'm glad that he was part of us.
I'm very glad, too. It is difficult to have a cover sometimes, but it is a very important part of the process of finding out secret information. Now,
well, it really helps if, like, we as a group who are planning to do things with the same goal communicate with each other so that we know.
Bless your heart, Zamboni. I am so glad to hear that you think of me as part of the group. That is honestly, that's kind of new information to me. I thought I was a helper. I thought I was just going to go and do what I could do. But that's great, and I will try to remember that in the future. But for right now, I would appreciate if you'd understand that I was just taking my own initiative for the greater good, okay?
I thought you were the one that was upset. I'm not upset. Okay.
I'm going to give you a timeout. If you keep talking back to me like that.
Timeout from what?
Timeout from... Never mind.
How can we best help right now?
Okay, so I hadn't really thought about how to do this with multiple people, but my plan was to infiltrate into the circus, which shouldn't be too difficult just by myself, and especially I've got my my day of final rest get up on. I look very much like I belong here. But I was going to do a little reconnaissance first of all, kind of see if I could figure out what the exchange was going to be ahead of time, and if not, I was just going to make sure that I was in the audience at the point at which the exchange takes place. I believe it'll be going on in the big top. I don't really know what is going to be exchanged, but it probably can't be good, right, guys? Yeah. So I'm glad that we're all here to take this field trip together. Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit safer. I was worried that you guys might get into danger, but now that I'm here, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Okay. Anyways, I think I'm just. If you want to do some looking around by yourself, that's fine. Let's just meet up here after dark around 5. I think that's when the show is going to start. Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. All right, great. I will see you then. Try not to look conspicuous.
I am so conspicuous.
Okay. Do each of you have a buddy? Does Wriggle need to be someone's buddy?
No, I think
you guys are good? Okay. Don't lose your buddy and hold hands. All right, great. Bye.
I excel being inconspicuous.
you and me both.
I feel like the non-stealthy people need to partner with the stealthy people.
Well, on the upside, I don't have disadvantage anymore.
Hey, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm actually...
And I have a higher AC now, so I can be more of a meat shield.
The teeniest, tiniest meat shield.
You boost your... I was going to tell you, if you boost your AC up above mine, I'm just going to push you out in front of me.
I think you're still one above me. I'm 18, and I think you're 19. So
yes, I am.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. So, should we go check things out? Let's go do things.
Yeah. What do you want to check? What are you going to be looking around for? This is kind of like an open scenario where you guys can try to figure out how you want to handle this in preparation for whatever is going down.
So I think that we should be... Also decided to disguise herself as a circus performer. That does not sound good for us. Let's be circus attenders.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could be a circus performer.
Yeah, but they already know me, so it would be... I'd be more... I mean, they'll know me either way. But you can't just, begin I'm going to perform tonight. I haven't done any practicing.
I don't know. They were inviting. I don't know how the circus works.
I do stuff with, the thaumaturgy and just... Like do like lights show of some kind.
Just worried if people start to interrogate us. We don't
I'd rather for no one to notice us than
agree.
That's what I'm saying. We want to not draw attention to ourselves.
Can I actually look through some of the stalls where they might be selling just random things to see if I can find like a mask and like just like a silly mask or gloves or anything that can help disguise so I'm not continuing to burn spells?
Yeah, they're absolutely selling all kinds of fun facial stuff. They have masks of various different types. There's definitely a mask vendor. There is someone who's selling facial paint of various different colors and hues, some that are apparently like slightly magical in some ways. You could probably also find like fake tattoo artists or temporary tattoo artists or permanent tattoo artists while you're here if you're so inclined. And then there's definitely like gaudy, like as we mentioned before, there's gaudy like clothing that you could buy. So if you wanted like a jester, a motley or something like that to put on, you could buy that here.
Dragonborn mask.
Dragonborn mask.
That would be fun. But would it also make people look twice?
Yeah, that's what we want to avoid.
Yeah.
I have it a motley. I can put.
Yeah.
I'll put on motley.
Yeah, and you fit right in with that. Because there are multiple other people, some that are like little kids that are just like holding their parents' hand, like they turn their head around, the little bobbles, right? And there's a couple of people that are wearing like spinny beanies and walking around, except that they actually like rotate at a fixed speed even when there's no wind.
So everybody pretty much dressed colorfully.
Yes. This is as a reminder. The Zektro's worship is like extreme displays. It's like basically all of this kind of thing is how they do it. So a lot of the people that it's actually part of their worship to be egregiously colorful and stuff. So
I think I need a different color face cover. I'm going to be wearing Fool's Mine. I have the normal black face cover. It doesn't work with Fool's Mine.
Okay.
Can I get a scarf?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
What color of scarf are you looking for?
Anything bright and vibrant.
Bright and vibrant. There's definitely like a two-toned bright like a neon blue, neon purple combination with a purple face, like mouth that's on the neon blue that kind of like moves when you talk.
Oh,
like that. Magically moves when you talk.
Okay. How much is that?
That's like 2 gold. The vendor says like, hey man, just want you to know, like this is a fresh enchantment, but it will wear out over a couple of days. This is not like a permanent thing. Just don't want you to have buyer's remorse in a few days when like the face stops quite matching your lips anymore. Got it?
Very honest.
Great. Yeah, just want you to know what you're getting.
You said there's brightly colored clothing. Is there like brightly colored cloaks that I could just kind of put over my clothes?
Sorry, you say clips or cloaks?
Cloaks.
Cloaks. Yeah, there's at least one that's just got like, instead of a fur trim, it's just got like neon green light trims that slightly change hues from green to red and back as you walk around. There's also just some like fairly boring looking cloaks in comparison to everything else that have garish like flower and leopard print patterns mismatched as it goes around. There's a wide variety if there's something specific you're looking for. I can't hear you. Talk a little louder.
What kind of clothing is there besides just like the jester stuff?
What kind of clothing? There's definitely like they have a lot of bright colored looking suit type clothings with what are these things called? Bow ties that have little sparkly things on them. A lot of long split tailed cloaks, top hats. They have like long suspended high-rise pants that go up into suspenders and white things. They have, I mean, basically anything you can imagine a clown wearing, like big clown pants that are clearly too big at the waist for any living person that only get held up by the suspenders. They have those too. You could probably catch a pie in them.
The split-tailed coats, would they cover a tail?
You know what? I would say they probably could. Like you could take a little bit of thought and make sure that your tail was curled under one of the cloaks, one of the splits.
Okay, then I'll get one of those and a top hat and some face paint.
Awesome. What kind of face paint do you want?
I'm probably gonna go like white and like bright purple, so it looks like whatever purple you see of my skin might be the face paint.
Got it. So you have like white and then purple highlights, so it could just be more face paint instead of that actually being your skin color. Awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
So now you kind of look like you're a ringmaster yourself with your hat and your cloak and your bright colored stuff. Sort of reminds me of an Outcast video.
How much would that set me?
Yeah. I would like to buy a cloak as well. Just like I want to look around and see whatever I can find that's perfectly middle of the road enough to where it's like stands out enough, but not stands out in this crowd.
Got it. So you find something that's got big puffy sleeves that are multicolored, but is otherwise not quite as bright as some of the other things. So it's like a blue and orange oscillating thing. And you put that on, and so it kind of comes out nicely, covers the rest of your vestments, but isn't ultimately nearly as bright as the literal bright colors coming off of some people.
Yeah, just so that people's eyes just slide right off me.
Yep.
I would be so good at disguising myself because I've got extra stuff, but I don't think I should because if people recognize me and I'm not in disguise, then that's fine. I'm just coming to see the circus. If they recognize me and I am in disguise, then that's just weird. So I think maybe I won't disguise myself.
Okay, that makes a certain amount of sense. Peril or Zoom, you got some thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'm going to look for a mask that looks like it's like an Acopia or some sort of something that has a bill that could hide my like long snout.
Okay. There are no Acopia in my world. But
then any sort of magical, like a phoenix.
How about like a unicorn, like a horse-headed thing? So it's got a long snout. Yeah. Now you could just be like a horse, but do you want this is important. Do you want a unicorn horn?
The Peril does not. She very much does not.
All right, so then you find like a horse-headed like hood type of thing that it's normally like a gag gift because the horse snout kind of wobbles back and forth on most people, but for you it actually spits kind of snugly, and so it actually stays with your mouth fairly well, and doesn't look as nearly silly as it normally does. The eyes are like really big and cartoonish, but like lots of people are wearing these, so it doesn't really stand out.
And then any sort of like again, maybe not like bright colors, but some sort of patchwork or like paisley long cloak to hide my tail, and then any sort of, I guess, like maybe face paint or magical paint that's green, like something that might go with like half orc or something that might explain my size.
Okay, yeah, you find like a drip cloak is what I'm going to call it. It's basically a cloak that magically stays off the ground by like 3 or 4 inches, but constantly drips what looks like is blood, but is actually just like a minor illusion. And you can kind of tuck your tail in underneath that. You put on some greenish face paint so that the parts of your face that can be seen could possibly be mistaken for like a half orc. You actually get this. Well, I actually am going to make someone do a disguise check for that, though, because it is very relevant to how well you're disguised.
Can I disguise
everybody? Yeah. So you could. I think only Peril really needs the disguise check because it's really important that she not be seen as that.
Is there also any like little like lenses? Because like Honor's eyes glow, so I kind of wanted to get something.
Yes, 1 second. I also want to get to Zoom because we haven't talked about his stuff yet at all. But first of all, this disguise check, roll with advantage because you have like all this extra stuff going on. So that's going to be a dexterity check plus your plus an additional 3 for your proficiency.
Glad I got advantage because I did very poorly both times. 8, 9, 10, 11 total.
11. So a very average job in this case. So it doesn't look terrible, but it's not like if someone got up close, they could probably tell that it's not what it appears to be. Zoom, what are you thinking of for your look tonight?
Yeah. Do you have like I'm also looking for a cloak, perhaps raven's feathers or something like that.
Oh yes, absolutely. There's actually like a raven feather cloak, or like there's also a peacock cloak that kind of like swooshes up behind you as you walk. And kind of like you can shake your butt a little bit to like do sideways twerking to make the feathers shimmy if you want that. There's also raven feathers that have like each feather is outlined in red, so it's very easy to see it from a distance.
Well, I was thinking more iridescent, perhaps catch the light. If you catch the light a certain way, it shimmers a little.
Oh yes, so there is one that has like built into the hood. When you pull it down, it's got a like raven mask attached to it. And when specifically moonlight shines down on it, it actually kind of causes the light to scintillate in a variety of different directions, with a slight bluish cast to it, but is otherwise fairly dark. It's kind of it also has a minor illusion that make your feet look like bird legs. So when you're walking around, you look very avian.
Okay, I'll have that and use some magical face paint. Actually,
Sure.
what kind of maybe a mask?
Well, the this cloak comes with a mask attached to it, so
Oh, okay. So yeah, that would be pointless.
great.
And then what clothes do I want? Yeah, I don't want anything too garish or doesn't
Yeah,
stand out too.
it's hard to not get too garish here. That's basically where it starts. But I think what you got is probably the most sedate, but you are kind of like a sort of creepy looking bird person. You see other people that are wearing this outfit that are going around like offering people drugs, by the way.
Amazing.
All right. Anybody else? Honor, you had a last thought about your eyes?
Because her eyes glow whenever she's using magic, I
Mm.
wanted to get like little lenses. So it looks like I'm being like fashionable,
Yeah, little black lenses that cover just the little bit of your eyes.
or like colorful lenses, like something that's like a matching color to like the outfit, but like just looks like it. But then it covers the eyes, so you can't really see that. And if
Got
you
it.
do see a glow, you think it's the lenses, and then you think it's one of
Just
these
catching
special
the light a
ones.
little bit or something. Got it. Yeah, so you find some slightly rose tinted glasses that are small spectacle style that fit very nicely with the top hat and split tail tux. All right, guys. Anything else you want to do? I'm assuming that all of that probably took you a decent amount of time to put together. Maybe you're traveling by yourselves. Maybe you're doing a little bit together. What? Anything else you want to do before night falls? Going once? Going twice?
I want to listen to. I mean, if there's time, I want to like listen to the gossip of the performers and just see if there's anything they're talking about.
Great. Give me an investigation check.
Can I help? Can maybe if I see Zamboni starting, I might edge him
Yeah.
on with her.
Go ahead and roll with advantage, then, buddy.
17.
Okay, so you managed to you know these performers pretty well. You go and you chit chat with them a little bit, and most of them you talk to don't really know what's going on tonight. But you do talk to somebody who is one of the acrobats that does like setups for like they jump through rings of fire type of deal, and this guy he's like. Yeah, so normally, I don't know why this is, but normally, when I finish my routine, the last big thing is that jump through the ring of fire. The audience goes, "Ooh, wow, he's probably burnt," and I'm totally fine, right? And then like right away, we have to tear it down and get ready for the next act. Well, apparently, after the big ring acrobatics display, we're supposed to leave everything up for some additional extra show or something, but I haven't heard anything about who's performing in that. So if you're asking me, I think there's something a little hinky going on. I don't know what it is, but hinky is the word of the day. And it's not just because I really like the word hinky. Hinky. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Hinky.
Hinky, yeah, Mr. Hinky. Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyways, so that's what that's the only kind of weird news that I know of. So that's what you get out of your investigation check.
Okay, well, I'll share with everybody else.
I would
I
like
got
to
you.
use my divine sense to find the location of any celestials, beings, undead, and sort of just walk around and see if I can.
How does that work? It's like for 10 minutes or something?
Well, I guess it's until the end of my next turn.
Oh.
So real short. So I'll just stand wherever, like I'll kind of center myself, see if I can. It's within 60 feet, so
that is a very small part of the circus.
okay.
Yeah.
Um,
The squares on that map are not at all to scale.
okay.
I do have a different.
Went away.
Your DM is not currently hosting a game session.
What? Oh, the map?
Yeah, the map went bye-bye.
Oh, shit. Hold on, let me try again. It maybe just timed out. No map selected. Nope, there it is. And now while I'm doing this, Discord will have suddenly decided to stop displaying, so let me go back over to here. Yes, there we go. That's back.
Okay.
Clearly, I need a third computer.
Okay, so then I guess I will go, let's see. These things were where animals are, the big top. The smaller tents were other acts.
Yeah, other just little acts. Like there's a magician like sawing a woman in half in there.
And then the little rectangles over by those smaller tents were what again?
Sorry, let me switch to that view. The rectangles over by in the back there. The big one is actually like an employee eating area. The smaller ones are just little like makeshift tents that the staff are probably sleeping out of.
Okay, and then the big square at the bottom.
That's like the nicer sleeping spot. So like the grandstander probably is there.
Okay. So if somebody was like tucked away somewhere, maybe in some of one of those. So I'm gonna sort of stand near all those buildings.
Got it. I see.
And do my
your divine sense.
My divine sense to see if I can detect in particular, but any celestial beings or undead.
Okay. Yes. So you do in fact detect an undead presence coming from from the big rectangular building. Just one.
Interesting and not what I expected, but I will tell everybody that there is an undead in the large.
No, undeads are not ever just like regular people, right? They're always like monsters attacking.
But in this particular case, Zamboni knows that this is Molly. Molly is a undead performer that they keep chained up and gagged. It's basically a zombie that they bring out for certain acts. Like, oh no, we're running away from the zombie type of things. Zombie is a
lion tamer.
Yeah, exactly. It is basic. They don't keep it with the animals because it could be a danger to the animals, so they keep it in like a little like shack that's a sub shack that's inside the main area.
So mean.
Yeah, the Zorsiskin's not a fan of that particular bit.
Okay, so that's interesting. Let's check. I've got 2 more charges.
You don't have to use them all now.
No, I know. I'm just thinking it might give us information, but yeah. Zamboni, is there anywhere in here you think would be a good place for somebody like Mistress Unity to be pulled up while waiting for something?
I mean, if she's not disguised in the same way we are, then she'd have to be hiding somewhere.
Where do you think she might hide?
I don't know, she doesn't seem like a hiding kind of person, does she? There's all the backstage kind of places.
Well, maybe there? Should we check?
Do you think she would come herself? Or send one of the other theme thingies?
I mean, either way, I can tell if it's them too.
Okay, well, why don't we check like in the backstage room?
So I'll go near the backstage crew area and use my divine sense again.
I'm just like trying to tag along behind the 2 of them.
You go into the backstage crew area. Same gravelly area. Kind of smells bad because the bathrooms are also around here. You don't notice anything with your divine sense.
Okay.
No, nothing. Okay, we'll maybe save testing again when everyone's in the big top, so that the whole crowd is all together in a tight space. That's when we should try.
Yeah. Good thinking. Okay. That's all I have.
All right. Anything else?
Zoom would like to go around and play games. Play the carnival circus games, and
Right,
he
so
also wants to. He also wants to see if there's anyone who shouldn't be there, an extra presence or extra people who don't seem like they belong.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm gonna make that an insight check, actually. Go ahead and roll me insight and see if there's anybody who doesn't look like they belong.
Just for him?
Just for him, because he's doing this himself.
15 plus
Pretty good.
insight. Where's my 5? 15 plus 5 for 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Very good. So actually, you're surprised to be fairly confident that there's no unusual people here that aren't just the normal unusual people, if you know what I mean. Like, it's a circus. So yes, there's people doing drugs. There's definitely, couples trying to eye up people to see if they have the right vibes. There is interesting, unusual stuff going on, but nothing that seems out of place. But you are fairly certain of that at the moment.
Kind of gross. Just curious.
The drugs that make you feel very happy and very comfortable around people.
Is it mushrooms, opioids? Like,
Definitely opioids, some psychedelics,
okay.
and definitely like ecstasy or the equivalent thereof. I have not created a full pharmacy for my game yet, but yes.
Okay.
Now apparently I'm going to have to, because I forgot there's a hobbyist herbalist in the apothecary, I should say, in the group. Cool. All right. So as the night falls, the spotlights become comparatively brighter in the sky. The smells of the food start to become a little more old in your nostrils, and you're like, okay, I'm getting kind of sick of smelling the same like greasy corn dogs. But the line has gone down for the big top. And you finally see a chance to get in without having to wait for 4 hours, and so you do so. Getting inside, and the display there is all of the things that you would classically expect from a circus. There are people doing very fancy combined juggling acts. There's acrobats being lifted to the sky. There's someone doing a tightrope walk. All of these are choreographed one after another, until the moment when a group of acrobats start to do the ring performance, where they're jumping through rings, some that are ringed with water, some that are ringed with fire, as that is the theme for the evening. As it comes to a close, the center area of the big top, which is kind of a raised thing, like there's a circular section of it that comes up, and so Lassiter Descent himself rises up through the bottom of this thing. He's in the center of the big top, and I would like you all to quickly look over once again to the map and see instead that we have a new one, which is the big top itself.
You should do your
Well, if everybody's in the big top, I want to do my divine sense. Yeah.
Harold.
We missed Lassiter from Mission Clear.
He's also not celestial, undead, or
her check.
infernal.
Yeah.
It's not like he'd be hanging out with the crowds.
Maybe in the back here. Right? I guess you can't
Right.
find that.
So do I sense anything with my divine sense?
Divine sense does not pick anything up.
Maybe it's just a trap.
So there's the big top. Now at the top, the edges of the big top are these long, slightly articulated poles that meet in the center, and the very center of it has a slight gap where the don't know what you'd call it, like the vinyl, not vinyl, but like the leathery coating of the big top doesn't quite meet in the center, so there's a gap about the size of a chair or something up there, like a big chair. Let's just say car, just in your head, like a 10-foot by 10-foot gap. And Lassiter rises up, and his voice booms out, "Welcome to the greatest show you're going to ever see! Tonight, I am going to take the first steps in hatching the great dragon's egg!" And he booms his voice out to the back of the theaters, and all the audience is kind of looking back and forth to each other, and then they start clapping like crazy. And in the middle of the applause, coming through that opening in the top of the tent, you first see a devil in a white suit holding onto a line jack, sliding through and moving around in a circle inside of the tent before landing next to Lassiter, and his arms go up and in kind of a are you not entertained look. And then moments later, a black-clad devil arrives and just kind of lands and huddles and looks over around at people like he's uncertain. And then thirdly arrives Mistress Unity, sliding in, her legs kind of held up, a whoop on her lips. She comes sliding through the ring of flames and grabs onto the edges of it as she does so, and you see the fire swoon off of, or slide off of this ring and onto her body, and it creates like a corona around her as it burns her on all sides. But she lands, rips it into two pieces, and drops it on the ground, looking completely unscathed by the flames. Her hair is floating up above her, red and aqueous as it does when she's just been kindled. And Lassiter says, "Ha, there we are." And Unity says, "Yes, it is I, Mistress Unity, and I have come with an offering, a gift, an exchange, if you will, with Lassiter of the Ambassadors." And she holds her hand up, and in it is, it looks kind of like an arrow. And she tells a story. She says, "When my folks on the sterile plain would occasionally become lost because we had forgotten our way and knew not how to get back to our nearest settlement, objects like these would help us to return to our people." And she holds it up, and the arrow kind of like spins a little bit and vaguely points in the direction of honor. And then she hands it over to the white-clad devil, to Mark, as you've met before. And Mark, it slides into his hand, and then she continues, "And depending on how close my people were, the arrow would point all the more vigorously." And the arrow now turns to point directly at Pact, the other of the two devil brothers. And it starts to glow a bright red light. "And now I hand this to Lassiter." And Mark hands the object to Lassiter. And Lassiter, it lands in his hand and starts to spin very briefly.
It's up in front.
Before he says, "And I shall discover the rest of my treasonous kin." And the arrows, and he looks down, surprised to see it firmly and strongly and throbbingly red, pointing directly in the direction of peril, standing behind Zacharia. And that is where we're going to stop for today.
Ooh. I use my telepathy way too early. That will be a great time.
So crazy. I really wanted to find them before this happened.
Well, I'm not surprised that they weren't hanging out in the circus, though. Like, it would have been nice to find them, but they're too important to waste their time like that.
Well, I forgot that. I wasn't thinking about the line tracks. But like, come in quickly.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know that there was a line that went above ground over here either. There shouldn't have been.
You could have known.
If
we had
the
the
goggles.
The
We
goggles.
didn't use them, yeah.
It's true.
The joke's on him. He's not wearing +1 leather armor.
I know, we're in souped up armor.
And I got a better sword, so that's also great.
Maybe we could take on Lassiter and Unity and the Two Devils. How long has it been since we left Unity? It's been like 2 days, 3 days?
2 days, I think.
Yeah, not more than that.
Yeah, it was pretty short. Well, no, it took you like
It took
most of a day to
a
get,
day of travel.
and then you were there for a day because you were in Basilica for a day because you waited until night to get down Clarity, and then this is the next day.
This is the third day.
This is the third day since then. Yeah.
That's pretty fast for them to have reached a deal with Lassiter. I wonder if they already were working with him. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Send us here being like, oh, make a deal with him, but it sounds like
She didn't. I mean, that's not enough time. They didn't. If she waited until we were gone and then made a deal with him, she still had to do it faster than it would have taken us to get there and make a deal with him and come back again. So it had to have been a ruse all the time, or she changed her mind at the last moment.
Which could have totally happened too, given her.
Especially in her non-flaming form, she's very wishy-washy.
Well, guys.
So fun.
Oh my god, so fun.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I am so worried for the next encounter.
We've had so many reasons to be so worried before.
Yeah, Lassiter's probably got all kinds of guards with him too.
But
Is there a way to get her out of
we
here?
have a line, Jack.
Maybe. I mean, look at your abilities and see if you can think it through. You do have a line jack. That's correct.
We
Or
have
maybe
two
two
of them.
Two of them, yeah.
Yeah.
If nothing else, get you out of there.
Yeah, except for we've never used a line jack before, and they have. So we'll send her out on her own, and she'll be fumbling and figuring it out while they're right after her.
I'll wait till this time.
I mean, you can talk, but don't talk to each other, not me in this case, because I'm actually going to go. I'm going to stop the stream now. I'm not going to end the Discord yet. So, and I'm going to use the old restroom again.
I'm tempted to put a minor illusion